Are we sure this is right? I'm not seeing anything weird.
I have no doubt. This place gives me the same sensation as when I touched the birdcage.
Think this is what would bring me back here. I may have graduated from here, but it still feels wrong to go in without permission.
Permission granted. I'm still a student here, you know. Still, I had no idea Alice Hiiragi graduated from Shujin.
I didn't either. And I figured a student council president would know better than anyone about celebrity graduates.
Perhaps she had a past here that she wished to erase.
What do you mean?
Those voices we heard in her jail. Those cutting words and that painful cry. I don't know whether she was one of the instigators or the victim of such bullying. However she experienced it. It left such a gaping wound in her heart that she refuses to even acknowledge the truth of the matter.
And that truth took place right here.
So that's why Shujin has a secret room.
Well, we should get moving. What's next?
We may not be in Shibuya, but this place is still linked to its jail. Inputting the proper Emma keyword should permit access as usual.
Okay, let's try it. Everybody ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Keyword, Wonderland.
Keyword successfully entered. Beginning navigation.
So, it's a classroom?
Is this what a school is like? It's rather different than how the internet makes it appear.
The cognitive distortion's really strong here. What's going on?
Hey, look! A ghost! Are you seriously crying? Ugh, how pathetic. Trying to get us to go easy on you. You tricked him the same way too, didn't you?
No, I'd never do that.
What? What is this? God, you're disgusting. Seriously, why are you still alive? Do us a favor and die already.
What the hell?
Careful, here it comes!
Can't you get it through your thick skull? No one wants you around.
Oh shit, what the hell is going on? This thing just flipped out of nowhere.
The room's also changed. As these prison cells.
No time! Here it comes!
Look sharp, folks.
We should avoid wasting energy on our attacks. Let's read the enemy's movements and respond in kind.
Take this!
Sorry. Your face pisses me off. Why won't you just go out and die for it?
Those rocket attacks can really hurt! Better stay sharp!
Let's go!
Keep it all down in the dump. What are you doing back in your classes with some guy?
You're mine!
What is with this thing? I don't know. Whatever that thing is. Keep it up! Horrible.
What the hell's up with this room, too?
Take this!
What's this?
He is most assuredly here. It must be hidden somewhere within the cell.
Not exactly fit to search for it now. Focus on the enemy
Take this!
first.
Fire! Take this! Let's go!
Gotta exploit those weaknesses. Oh, how cool!
Take this!
The enemy's no pushover. Target its weakness to win. Keep it going.
You're mine!
Looks like they're powering up. Watch for any stat changes.
Ravage them!
Joker, you're low on stamina. Be careful.
Persona!
Bingo.
We can teleport? Watch out for sneak attacks, everyone!
The enemy, burn it up! Spam with wind or nuclear attack!
Take this!
That one looks tough. Everyone stay focused.
Take this!
Alright, time for the power up! Go for the win!
Switch out!
I'll handle it! Time for my persona! I'm gonna take
Tina only follows us!
Witness my perfection! Leave it to me, Hiiragi! Guess what? Persona! I'm gonna take Team this! Witness my perfection! Zoro!
The enemy raised their attack power. I do not want to get hit right now. The enemy's no pushover. Target its weakness to win.
Witness my perfection!
Foe is low on health.
Time to my persona! Keep it up! I'll do my best for you!
We'll take care of that one.
Witness my resolve! It's all you! Okay, got it! There! I'm gonna talk to you!
You're a beautiful combo, Panther.
Keep on coming!
Show him his butt.
Leave it to me! Say your prayer! Persona! I'm gonna talk to you!
Opponent follows us.
Witness my perfection!
The enemy, burn it up. Spam with wind or nuclear attack.
Witness my perfection! Support my other self! I can't get up! Witness my perfection! Persona! I'm gonna talk to you! Just this stuff there itself! Alice is twisted. Did she really go through all this? There were some truly terrible things said in the classroom as well.
I believe we've seen why Alice strove so far to wipe the records of her time in school.
Repetition shot. I won't let up, Panther.
Great job, Panther!
Fair warning. This one's gonna be rough. Beautiful combo, Panther.
How's that?
Hang in there, brother. Fist up.
Thank you, Mariko!
Panther's almost all out of stamina. Somebody help her. Powering up. Watch now. Finish it off.
You're so magnificent, Mariko!
Thank you. Panther still found his mark. You're a beautiful combo, Panther. It's tough, but it's weak to fire. You can handle this.
Whoa! This thing's really putting up a fight!
Don't get too close. Keep a safe distance.
Your heart is mine! Whoa! That was amazing! Shut him up! Shut him up!
Fair warning. This one's gonna be rough. Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
Really amazing, Panther! I'm not done! Come out!
Wicked follow-up, Sophie.
Here! Good job! Like this? I'm not touched! That's so fucking gross! Just like this with thighs now or something? It's not like you'd ever make a good couple. In fact, I think I'll take him off your phone.
So all of this bullying was over some affairs of the heart.
What a bunch of bullies! They were just joking into ours!
The enemy's getting weaker. Put that bully in its place. Like they're powering up. One for a statue.
Sure. Take this! You're mine! Go ahead.
Okay, everyone stay focused.
Yeah, yours.
Leave it to me.
Defense is down. Go to town on it.
Go time! Maximum power! Whoa! That was incredible!
Sophie!
I'll do it.
You're on another level, Sophie. Glad you didn't
Showtime.
nerf ya.
My court! Here!
Hell yeah! That did it!
Hang on. Something's up.
What do we got here?
What?
Now I'm even more dependable.
What was that rumbling?
The birdcage in the jail is now unlocked. We will be able to access it.
For real?
It appears our most recent target held the key.
In other words, we defeated the warden guarding the key.
A warden in Alice's memories. A key to the cage in her jail. So a different shadow held the key, not Alice's?
What are you going on about?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how many differences there are from the palaces.
Good point. The palaces don't have any rooms like these, or wardens guarding keys in hidden locations.
It's as if the more we learn, the messier the situation gets.
If it weren't for Sophie, we wouldn't have even made it here.
Have I been helpful to the Phantom Thieves?
Mm-hmm. You know it.
Praise accepted.
Well, we'll praise you all you want later. We've got a birdcage to bust open.
True. We have one last task in the real world first.
Let's send Alice the calling card and take back those desires.
How do you steal something like that?
I admit, I don't know either.
What's that?
It's her! Alice.
So, it's a fight after all.
Oh dear. You thought you'd just sneak in like that. And what exactly do you plan on doing with those desires? Hey you! Joker, right? Did you come back to me so you could be mine? Mine? Really think you can?
Alice Hiiragi! We know all about the horrible things you've done.
You seized people's desires by force and turned them into your puppets.
You toyed with people's emotions and made them mistreat one another.
You even opened up stores so you could bilk all the people you brainwashed. We can no longer overlook the wicked changes of heart you forced on the people.
The Phantom Thieves are about to beat the distortion out of you.
Kamaki-san, you're so beautiful. There's no way you could understand. You have no clue what I've been through.
You mean what happened to you at Shujin?
Where did... How?
We know all of it. How you were bullied, how it was torture for you, but I still...
Oh, okay. You found out.
much I hide it, the past still comes back to me. How pathetic. What a mess. That doesn't matter now. With this power, I can have everything. Everything I've always wanted. Mine! And now, I'm gonna make you mine! All mine!
So this really is Alice in Wonderland.
Oh my! I'm late for a very important date! Come along, come along! I have such wonders to show you!
What wonders?
Ignore her, Sophie. She just wants to torture us.
Alice, I'm gonna make you see the light! Aw, you're feeling confused! You seem like best buds! Any of you have to date? I'm jumping at your business! I feel that your heart!
Buckhorn!
She's freaking out! Watch out, Joker!
Right here!
Yeah!
Persona!
The enemy's no pushover. Target is good. She's tough. Any weaknesses yet, Oracle? One sec. Analyzing. Fire! Burn that smirk right off her face. I'll destroy that one.
Right up! Turns! It's really
No, he didn't want to turn.
Alice, why are you doing this? You hurt so many people! I want everyone to love you! What can I do? I'm fire! No one who's saying that means it! You're just manipulating them! So about all that, huh? Change who's part and what a dick! Oh, I can't wait to find out! Support my other self!
Fair warning. This one's gonna be rough.
Hey, check out the party popper!
You have your chance when Alice goes for the pole! That's when you blast her!
Raining confetti upon the stage. That would be quite pleasing, aesthetically.
Hang in there. Defense up.
I'm not done! I'm gonna cut you up! Good job, Mona! It's time for victory! The enemy's no pushover!
Done! Not yet.
I'll take care of that. That one looks tough. Everyone stay focused.
Buckhorn! Here!
Mind blowing as always. That was amazing, Joker. Even for you. Burn it up. Clear with big nuclear attack.
Fire! Fire!
Why are you being like this? I was finally able to find some happiness. Are you here to take everything I have? Just like she did? Just try me.
Something's changed. Stay on guard.
Whoa, holy shit!
Why is she so fast now?
All to school! This is to give up. Alice,
Not me.
need you like this. Never get it to come in. I've been treated as a shit all my life.
Take this!
I know what that's like. The further up the social ladder, the shittier they were to me. Even if they subsequently tortured me.
You're mine!
Why? What? How can you trash like that? What? Now show me. You're trash to kill me. What? No wisdom. I'll turn it. It's over. This stand. Soon I will let all the men in the world.
I'll take care of that. It's tough. It is weak to fire. You can handle this.
Sure.
Again, burn it up. Spear him with wind or nuclear attack.
Take it!
Oh, nice, Joker. You hit its weakness. That's the leader of the Mage of Thieves, Gloria. Fair warning. I'm gonna be rough. enemy.
Turn it down! This doesn't look good! The enemy's no pushover! Target its weakness to win! Gotta exploit those weaknesses! That's awesome! Don't have much health left! Hurry up and heal! Mona's retreated! Can someone heal him? Stylish Ango! You've got this! Fair warning! This one's gonna be rough!
This one.
Thank you! That's it down! Go to town on it! Incoming attack! Brace yourself! Get it tough! Keep weak to fire! You can handle this!
Ravage them!
Oh, nice, Joker!
Let's
You
go.
hit its weakness!
You're mine.
That was great, Joker! You guys have burned a lot of stamina. Don't overdo it, okay? Joker got in a follow-up attack!
Fire! Take this!
Fair warning, this one's gonna be rough!
Take this!
Gotta exploit those weaknesses! Oh!
Come!
That might come in handy! Think we could attack with it? Get it! Burn it up! Now with bigger nuclear attack!
You're mine!
The enemy's no pushover! Target its weakness to win! Did we do it?
Okay.
Now we can count on you even more! I'm gonna work even harder! I've learned something new!
No! How can I still not be strong enough? Why can't I change? I'm not the victim anymore!
Enough, Alice. If you keep going, you'll just make yourself feel even worse.
How would you know? I just can't compare to someone like you, Takamaki-san. All my life, I'm no match for the real winners. And I tried so hard to change, but I was still made fun of, still bullied. I just wanted to stop being miserable. I poured my heart into fashion and worked to get so far. But then, she showed up again and started running her mouth about my past. She told everyone what a pathetic little shit I was. That's why I took all of it from her. Her boyfriend, her social circle, everything. And that still wasn't enough for me. It wasn't just her. Everyone that talked behind my back, all the people who just stood there when I was kidding. I'll destroy every single one of them.
Alice. So this is
is a wound in a heart.
This power lets me get revenge. So
You became the bully, right?
You idiot!
What good does that do? Now you're just as bad as the people who made you suffer. Is that how you want to live? Like one of those bullies? Didn't you want to be something else? A ray of light for others. And for yourself. Don't give up because of those selfish bastards!
Takamaki-san.
You're right. I wanted to rescue them. All the people like me, going through the same thing. But You think so? Takamaki-san, I want to apologize to the people I hurt and start over.
I'm sure you can turn it around. I've been through a lot of the same things, but thanks to my best friend and the Phantom Thieves, I was able to stand up for myself and do the right thing. You're never alone. Once you're back to your real self, let's be friends, okay?
You wanna be... Really?
Uh-huh. I mean, I totally love Alice. We even share the same dream.
Thank you. I'll go back now, where I belong. This time, I'm gonna be...
Oh, this is bad! It's coming down!
That was effing amazing!
Did we just witness the desires returning to their rightful owners?
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Everyone who got a desire disappeared afterward.
I hope that means their real-life counterparts are returning to normal. Yes, you're right. Wait, what the? What is it, Mona-chan? Something's wrong. It's not collapsing. But the giant desire blew up! Like... No. Just look around. Now that you mention it...
Whenever we stole a treasure, we'd have to leave the metaverse entirely, right?
Yeah, we always had to haul ass out of there.
That is most assuredly not happening now. If anything, it's grown eerily quiet.
So if the Monarch is toppled and the desires are all returned, the jail still doesn't collapse? It would appear that palaces are different from this jail after all.
There's a chance we haven't actually resolved the issue yet.
I wonder how Alice will react to this. Could we find out when we get back to the real world? It'd be nice if she could recall what happened here, but no one shares memories with their shadows.
Think she might talk to Panther?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, you two could really hit it off.
She did say that she loves her.
Yeah. I mean, it was worth going that far for her to come to her senses. Alice really is a one-of-a-kind talent, and her dream is definitely something worth fighting for. I just hope she can remember how that dream first made her feel. so she can bring that feeling to the people who need it. Yep. And I'm gonna try my best to do the same.
Fascinating.
What's up, Sophie?
Just as the Phantom Thieves predicted, Alice Hiiragi appeared to change her logic. This would not be possible had we simply defeated her. How did you predict the outcome?
We didn't really predict it. Being able to change is what makes someone human.
Someone is human because they can change. The human heart is much more complicated than expected, isn't it? Just when you think you've grown beyond your pain, the smallest thing can bring you all the way back down again. The human heart is indeed difficult to comprehend. It's filled with mysteries.
Well, you're pretty high up there on the mystery charts yourself, Sophie, my dear.
No, I'm...
Sophie, humanity's companion, right? We get it.
You got it, Skull.
Well, yeah.
Do you really get it?
Well, what do you say we head back now? I'd like to check on the real world, Alice.
Yeah! Let's get going.
Hey! Ann was very angry with Shadow Alice earlier. By the end, though, she appeared happy. Why is that? Wasn't she angry at Alice? Okay. Anger is not just for hurting people. It is also able to save people. If someone is in the wrong, anger can be used to show them the error of their ways. The human heart is such a mystery. But thanks to you, I've gained valuable experience. Thank you. I hope to learn more from you.
Alright, we're on the hunt for a Gatore coffee. First, let's find out how many are in the area.
Gatore Coffee. Got it. There's only one that's close to Sendai Station.
Whoa, that was fast.
It's a bit of a walk, but I'll be happy to guide you to the destination.
You're amazing, Sophia! It's like you were made to be a navigator. But being the navigator's my job. Where's that coming from?
It's simply a question of having the right person for the right job. Fear not, Futaba. There are plenty of things only you can do.
I guess that's true. Nobody else can act like a weirdo quite like you do, Inari.
Who are you calling a weirdo?
All right, guess we'll just head over to the cafe then, yeah?
Yeah, let's get going.
Okay, I've got it.
This is it. Gatore coffee.
I can smell the coffee. It seems to be just an ordinary cafe.
Are we sure we have the right place?
We'll just have to put in the keyword and see. Alright, let's make it happen. The trauma cell's calling our names.
Trauma cell?
It's just a name I came up with. Trauma room sounds like some kind of cheesy hospital drama.
Call it whatever you want. We gotta roll.
The key to opening that birdcage has got to be here somewhere. Do you remember the keyword?
Of course. It's Prince of Nightmares.
It's just like what happened in Shibuya. This is where Natsume's trauma comes from.
What could have happened to him, I wonder?
Shh. Someone's up ahead.
Are you sure about this? Awarding him the grand prize for that? Ango Natsume. The kid's entered every contest, but he's never made it past the first stage. He's as stubborn as he is incompetent. What's more, his writing is so painfully generic, it only becomes more obvious when you compare it to the other candidates.
What?
That voice. Is it Natsume?
It can't be. He acknowledged my work.
It's fine. He's the great Sogo Natsume's grandson, remember? Brand recognition is a huge part of marketability. Nobody gives a rat's ass about what's beyond the cover. Though a certain someone seems to think he's actually worth a damn.
Poor kid can't even see just how hopeless he really is. Seriously, it's pathetic.
I'm trying as hard as I can.
No skin off my nose, so long as he keeps raking it in. We hit the jackpot with that one, and I plan on riding him straight to the top. And if he does by some miracle make something decent of himself, well then everyone wins, right?
These guys are the worst.
Here it comes.
Right on. A talentless hack like you is hopeless. Hopeless! Hopeless!
This is the same thing we saw in Shibuya.
Careful! It's using different weapons from last time.
You can't seriously be proud. Annie?
Oh, you're mine. This attack is crazy fast.
But on the other hand, it leaves him wide open. Dodge the attack, then hit him with everything you've got. Incoming attack! Brace yourself! Bam! Silent Ango!
All right, Joker. Take this. Barry, Circus. Take this.
Joker got in a follow-up attack!
Fire.
Please allow me.
It's a strong one! Exploit its weakness to curse! Thanks for the help!
Persona.
Oh, nice, Joker! You hit its weakness! Oh, how cool!
Fire. I might not like the Natsume guy. These assholes who were using him the whole time, right?
Yeah, I feel kind of sorry for him. We only chose him for who he was, not what he wrote.
Authors are just chips in a bigger game. They exist solely for us to win.
From what I can tell, this editor was a real scumbag.
Another. I refuse to let this go on any longer. Next.
Oh, that's how you do it! That's a cool too! Fair warning, this one's gonna be rough! Way to follow up, Doc!
That was well played. I am
Not
done.
bad, everyone!
Prepare yourself. Take this.
Did I get that one?
Done. The grand finale. Time for the curtain call.
Oh, good one!
Persona.
Bingo! That's still just now? Perfected! This guy's pretty strong! Capitalize on its ice weakness!
Another. Take this.
I am done.
You better cling to that name of yours. Wait, I see it. That's all you'll ever have.
It's wiping around with a sneak attack.
Is this one becoming ninja? Not exactly. Last time I checked, ninjas don't mean violently steady.
Cheer up. You might be shit, right? But at least you've got a knack for stringing yourself along.
careful not to get caught up in its attacks.
Okay, taking evasive action.
Incoming attack! Brace yourself! Sophie's stamina is running low. She needs to recharge.
You know, I said I would do this for the money. No, second. This shit is torture.
He's going for a combo attack. Don't let him ram you.
Appreciate it.
Normal. Gotta exploit those weaknesses. Nice one. Awesome, fancy footwork.
Go, this is it! Take this! Damn it!
This guy's pretty strong. Capitalize on his ice weakness.
There!
More combo.
Splendid one! Go! Take this!
Oh,
That was well played. Another!
Okay, Glock, it's showtime. Make it spectacular.
Grand finale! Time for the curtain call. Such beauty! Go! Pull!
Even worthless trash like yours can sell. And as long as there's a buyer, I'll be there to bleed you dry.
Swords are nothing if you lack the conditions to swing it. Dull blade is worthless against me. Thank you. Take this!
Your life is the good time. Hey, Mr. Natsume.
You did it! The warden's down for the count.
Okay.
A new move? Congratulations!
Whew. Well, I guess that does it.
We can get inside the birdcage now, right? Better get going then.
Wait, but what was that we just saw?
Seems Ango Natsume wasn't given that award on his own merit. Those editors just used him for his name.
So, there was a secret behind that novel after all.
But he's not a bad guy, is he? It sounded like he entered the competition a whole bunch of times.
And just when he thought his hard work was paying off, he had to hear all that. It must have been devastating.
Those editors are horrible. They knew his writing wasn't good enough, but they still gave him the prize just so they could make money.
It still doesn't justify what he's doing now.
Nevertheless, I'm beginning to understand how he feels.
Fox?
Rising to fame atop stolen ideas, pulling at people's emotions with a fabricated story. Even worse, robbing others of their free will, changing their hearts, and wallowing in his own vanity. These crimes are unforgivable. There's no denying that he's been a fool, and yet, in spite of all that, it doesn't change the fact that Natsume spent years giving it everything he had. Creative work is often a lonely endeavor. And battling against that loneliness is truly a challenge in and of itself. As if it wasn't hard enough, if you don't produce results, no one will even think twice about you. One might even begin to think that such dark and unfulfilling times are all that's in store. Had I taken one wrong step, I may very well have turned out to be just as hideous as him.
Inari.
It's thanks to your friendship that I didn't stray from the path. He, however, doesn't seem to have anyone. Natsume should know better than most that there's no meaning in superficial glory. Now he's turned his back on what he truly wants to write for the sake of spinning this infernal novel of lies. Someone needs to bring him back to his senses.
You seem pretty motivated this time around, Inari.
As one who's dedicated his life to art, I simply cannot condone his actions. Now, let us bring this to an end. We'll send the calling card, then wrest the Overlord from his throne.
time, Phantom Thieves. Or should I say, chosen heroes. About time we met, eh, Mr. Overlord?
You're gonna give back all those desires you stole!
Such foolishness! The slightest idea of what you've just walked into.
An appearance. It stands. This is no doubt the Overlord from Prince of Nightmares.
He certainly gives off that impression. But weren't the fearsome four just dressed like normal people?
Yeah, thinking about it, those guys didn't get much love from the author, did they?
You've come all this way, only to fall right into my trap. This world belongs to me and me alone. It takes shape solely according to my design. Here, the Overlord rains justice upon the holier-than-thou heroes who would dare grant him his evil. Here you are nothing more than flies to be swatted. I'll enjoy hearing those filthy screams as you atone for your transgressions.
That's bold for someone who stole others' desires just to satisfy their own selfish wants.
Yeah, if you're really the Overlord, ain't this the part where you get your ass kicked? Tell me, how many of my demon brethren have you slaughtered while spouting such despicable hypocrisies?
Wow, this guy's reading right from the handbook, isn't he?
Enough of this. It's time we fought. No matter how brave a facade you put on, it's clear you're just afraid of losing that hollow throne you're so proud of.
What was that?
Your reign is not but an illusion. Allow us to show you the truth.
I'm sick and tired of everyone looking down on me. Yes, the time has come for my true power. You wretches shall witness my final form! Dare to challenge the great Overlord himself! Imbeciles! I will feast upon your bones!
Holy crap, a dragon! Be careful, guys. This one's really tough.
He's writing something!
Don't drop everything. Crap, you gotta stop that pen of his.
You're mine!
Whoa, powered up like crazy. He must be getting serious. You gotta slow his momentum. Can you target his weakness and knock him down?
I was born nightmares blacker and darker than darkness itself! Watch as I unleash hell!
He's got the green and close in there!
Take this!
Oracle, is there anything we can do? Over there, those swords stuck in the ground.
Take this!
Turn him into a pin pusher.
Shielded by past heroes! During death, they continue to defy me! Yo, what the hell's he talking about?
Go ahead. Seems he's added some backstory. That said, those swords work quite well against you. Turning up?
Yeah, looks like it. We should probably keep using them, huh?
Water's burning up.
Use this! Use this!
How's it going down?
If you thought that was Akira just now, think again! It was tough!
Definitely heard that one before.
Persona!
I got it! Super Vincent!
He's landed. Now he begins to attack.
Fantasy rule number 1!
Ango Natsume, you're ashamed to confess my steeped in vanity. I am thou. Today, your rule comes to an end. This is my other self!
This guy's pretty strong. Capitalize on his ice weakness. Fox, you don't have much stamina left. Conserve it. His buff's gone. Time to put the hurt on. Way to follow up, Fox.
Not done yet. This is my other self! Persona!
Fair warning. It's gonna be rough.
Turning up.
Fox is burning up. His health is going down.
I am thou.
Let me have it. Keep it up. What is it this
Yes!
I understand. Behold! I'll give it my all. That's it down. We go to town on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no holding back.
Please allow me.
Foolish humans! The least I can do is grant you a peaceful death!
Killing me. I'll give it my all. I'll give it my all.
Abyssal blue!
Alright, time to down. Looks like you can jump on those. Let's use them right, and we'll run circles around the enemy. Catch that, Morty! Come! Behold, bingo! That skill just now? Perfection! Don't worry, I will be fast. Hey, careful house! You're getting wrecked out there!
Leave it to me.
This guy's pretty strong.
This one.
Capitalize on his ice weakness.
Take this! Why would the gods favor you over me?
He's really committed to this goal, isn't he? Either way.
Okay, yeah.
Looks like he's weak to blood attacks.
Take this! Blood red! Abyssal blue!
Joker's burning alive. He's losing health fast.
You're mine!
Here's some tough luck. It's powerful, and wind is ineffective. What a cheater!
Take this!
Gotta exploit those weaknesses. Good job, Joker.
Take this!
Okay, there.
That one looks tough. Everyone stay focused.
Take this!
Noir, you need recovering quick.
Abyssal blue!
Joker's burning alive. He's losing health fast.
This one, okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
Take this show, Mariko!
This the Overlord's true strength.
We need to avoid taking a direct hit at all costs. Let me in. I feel weakness. What? Totally knocked us.
What's this?
There. This one.
It's powerful, and it's weak to bless attacks. It's divine punch. Oh, nice, Joker. You hit its weakness.
That's Joker for you! Take it!
It's touch too.
What is that? What's this? Take this! Fire! Blood red! Abyssal
attack. This one.
Fire won't work. Plus it's super strong. Be careful out there.
Take this.
Ow! Sophie's stamina is running low. She needs to recharge.
Slime. Berserk. Archangel. Take this. Take this. Take this.
That one looks tough. Everyone stay focused.
Showtime. Archangel. Here. You're mine.
His mom's gone. Time to put the hurt on.
Take this. Take this. What's this?
Powerful, but it's weak to blast attack. Give him divine punch. Power it up. Thank you, Mariko.
Take this.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses. Oh, help me.
Take this. You're mine.
Witnesses I and the legends of the great overlord! Come take this!
It's over.
Deny my genius! Such a sin is unforgivable!
And now get in your way as long as
Impossible! Those true talents are always being dragged down by those without. How can you be so ignorant?
You have no right to say such a thing.
What? Are you suggesting I have no talent?
What talent do you claim to possess? Stealing others' work for your own selfish interests? Cast away both your soul and your pride.
Take this! Damn it! You're just like them! Take it! Like the best you denied me! You think you're better than me? I'll show you how wrong you are! What's this?
warning. This one's gonna be rough.
Witnesses I pen the legends of the great overlord! This is your nuts!
Let it go, Sophie. You hit it big like it's done. Wow! That actually worked.
True strength!
Those look pretty sharp. Try throwing it at someone. Powerful, but it's weak to bless attack. Give him divine punishment. Sophie's stamina is running low. She needs to recharge. This one. You're welcome. Sophie, kill. How about this? Here.
What's this?
Yes, he's down. Go to town on him. Here he goes. Get this.
Keep your filthy hands off me!
So even that golden coat of yours is your thoughts are very poor.
Seems everything's finally been revealed. Time to finish him off. His mom's gone. Time to put the hurt on. He's running out of steam. Stay on him, guys.
you care to join us? Get ready!
Great Overlord! Defeated!
Okay. Look forward to seeing you in town.
I learned something new!
Game over, Mr. Overlord! Wait! We can rule this world together! You can have half! My mantle! My magic armor! Don't look at me! Don't look at me!
Is that his true form? Looks like it. So in the end, even his identity was just a cheap imitation.
It's over, Ango Natsume.
You're just a bunch of stupid kids! You don't know how much I've suffered! It's not too late for me! I've still got my reputation as a writer! I've won an award! I've sold books! It's not too late! It's never too late!
And that's good enough for you? This fame you've acquired through deception and the brainwashing of others. Is that truly what you wanted? What was the real reason you started writing novels?
Damn it! Damn it! I tried. I really tried. Just like everyone else. Read and read all through the night. For hours on end, like my life depended on it. And for what? Nothing I wrote was ever mine. It was just another work from Sogo Natsume's grandson. No one ever acknowledged my effort. My effort? Not my work. Not even me. No matter where I look, all I see is a bunch of thoughtless idiots. Slaves to appearances and nothing more. Acknowledge me, damn it. Acknowledge Ango Natsume's efforts for once! I just want someone to see that I really tried!
I do. It's very clear just how much work you've put into writing your novels. A life led by creativity is almost always a lonely one, no matter your profession. You were battling that loneliness. You braced yourself, pouring your very soul into your writing, bringing it to your publisher time and time again. I will gladly acknowledge such effort and determination. There are many out there who would give up that battle. Even those of exceptional skill and creativity. To be able to continuously bring life to new works without giving up, however, that is perhaps the most exceptional talent of all. There was once a time when you kept fighting. That is one part of your career that could never be labeled a fabrication. So start over, Ango Natsume. Claw your way back up from nothing and move forward. After all, there are some things that simply cannot be painted without a blank canvas. It is because everyone believed in me that I was able to choose the path I walk today. I stopped lying to myself and was able to begin anew. And so it is now my turn to pay it forward. Even if I'm the only one in the world to do so, I will believe in you.
Stupid kid. Talking my damn ear off. But you're right. This identity of mine was built on nothing but lies. I don't need it anymore! I'll do it. I'll climb my way back up. And I'll do it on my own strength! I'll write a novel that'll capture the hearts of countless readers, just like my grandfather before me. I'll write something I can be proud of. To everyone, I swear it!
Good. I'll be looking forward to the day I get to read it.
You know, I really am stupid. How did I let myself forget? I know now what it is I really wanted.
The cage is collapsing. Come on, we're leaving!
Looks like it's over for now.
Mission complete. I wonder if everyone's desires have been returned yet.
Probably. They all went flying out of the cage after all.
Maybe we should check on the people back in town, just to be safe.
Good idea. That said, the jail didn't disappear this time either. Now I'm sure of it. Jails really aren't the same as palaces.
Well, we can worry about it later.
Indeed. Let's go.
Hey. I feel as though I'm restless right now. Do you know what this is? I'm not sure what's wrong. Natsume tried his hardest, but somewhere along the way, he lost sight of what mattered to him. He is a strange person, Natsume. Yes, he did say he would climb back up. Yusuke said Natsume lost his way because he was alone. Whenever I think about that, I feel restless inside. Even though Natsume hurt a lot of people and was, for some time, one of our enemies. What is this feeling? The same as Yusuke? I see. So that's why Yusuke saved Natsume. It was because Natsume's reason for doing all those terrible things was really sad. I think I understand now. Sadness can hurt people, but it can also save them. It can give humans a reason to support one another. You can count on me. Okay, we should probably get going.
This is where the accident happened, isn't it?
If we put in the keyword here, we should be able to access the trauma cell.
There may be enemies ahead. You sure you guys are ready?
That's right. I want to see what happened to Mari-san with my own 2 eyes. The keyword is Snow City.
Keyword successfully entered. Beginning navigation.
What is this?
It looks like this is the Snow Festival.
Check out those 2 suits over there.
I didn't know you were accepting rebates. I see a career man in the making.
Sir, would you please be discreet about this?
I can do that, but in return, you need to do me a favor. I want her to take full responsibility for the incident. That way, she'll resign. Once that happens, I'll be the new mayor in town, and you'll be my well-paid associate. You will cooperate, won't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
What did you just say? The mayor!
Oh, it seems I've been found out.
It's not what it looks like, Mayor. This is really...
Mayor? Does he mean Mayor Hyodo?
Then, Mari-san saw this happen?
I had no idea you were behind this, that anyone was behind this!
Huh. You really don't get it, do you? Well, this festival is held by the city, meaning it comes out of the taxpayers' pocket. I figured, why not lower costs and hire cheaper construction? But what's wrong with getting compensated for it? The rest of our staff makes these deals all the time. So what's the harm in one little mishap? That sculpture collapse was just bad luck.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm calling the police.
What? Go ahead and do it, but I'm bringing you down with me.
What?
I'm gonna testify that I did it under your orders. Then you'll be ruined. Well, after all, you're the one in charge here. See, I even have the papers you signed. Right here.
Such an unfortunate turn of events. Sorry to say, but you're finished, Mayor.
You have counts on them, aren't you? Don't you want to do the right thing?
As far as I'm concerned, that's whatever's right for me.
Well, are you finally ready to listen? Answer me, Mayor.
Be ready.
How can you blame a peon like me? We don't get paid enough for this. This world revolves around money. Money talks, bullshit walks, Mayor.
Faster! So you threatened the mayor? Is that it?
We had no idea Mari-san went through something like this. Something so awful.
Think later, act now. We've got a real fight in our hands here.
Let's go.
I'll take the mayor down with me.
Slime!
He's up to something. Can anybody stop him? Defense of the nearby shadows has gone way up. Be tactical.
What a greedy woman you are!
He's attacking the shield too. Watch out, everyone. Insect finish. It's powerful. If you can exploit its weakness with psychokinesis.
Take this!
Sophie's defense is weakened.
Take this!
Your defense of the nearby shadows has gone way up. Be tactical. Psychokinesis is getting effective on enraged enemies. Take advantage. Thank you. That one was tough. Everyone stay focused. How to exploit those weaknesses. Together. I think that was I'll get out. I'll get it more. Your defense is decreased. Keep it going.
You're guilty too! Right there! See, God, just you give your approval!
This guy's atrocious. Placing all the blame on the mayor.
We're here to set Mari-san right. Listening to thugs like you is a waste of our precious time.
Stop. Hurricane should be open to misdemeanor. Everyone do your best. The defense of the nearby shadows has gone way up. Be tactical.
Persona! You're mine!
Still connect. Good going, Joker. Your health is bad. You should help. The enemy's busy. This is your chance. Start wailing on him.
Take this!
It's a strong one. Exploit its weakness to burn. Sophie's been hit with forgetfulness. She can't use any skills.
Take this!
Oh, nice, Joker. You hit its weakness. You're doing great.
Take this!
Looks like they're powering up. Watch for any stat changes.
Take this!
Fair warning. I'm gonna be rough. Bingo. That skill just now? Perfection. Oh, that's cool.
Persona! Pixie, come on!
trying to get along!
Now,
It's
finish
over.
him off!
I know I can count on you!
Showtime! Come on! Here!
That was amazing!
Take this! Let's go! Take this!
I'm gonna attack you! Don't forget your follow-up attack!
Fire! Take this!
Everyone stay
It's useless! No matter what you do, you should have just resigned and disappeared! Take this!
Go down already, damn it!
No one likes a pushy politician.
Rabbit Step! Persona! Yours.
I understand!
But they're powering up! Ready for any step changes!
Come! Let's start, Melody!
Great job, Mark! You were right here!
Good work, everyone!
Trying to heal his ally! Stop him in his tracks!
Keep it going! And another! I'll give it my all!
Oh no! Joker's dizzy! Can you see? Powerful! Exploit his weakness with psychokinesis! Showtime! It's all on you, Noir!
I'll give it my all!
Almost low on health!
Please do! Leave it to me!
Your turn!
I'll do it. Fire!
Defenses in nearby shadows are going way up!
There, this one, Lieutenant.
Tactical!
Come! Rabbit Step!
Oh, nice, Joker! You hit his weakness!
That's the way,
Take this.
Joker!
Useless! Take
Miss
this!
Chevelle, thanks for the help!
Switch out!
Okay.
Joker got busy! Can't see her around!
I'll do my best.
Fair warning! It's gonna be rough!
Stephanie! Oh, that was awesome, Sophie!
Nice one, Sophie!
Like this?
The enemy's busy! Now's your chance! Start wailing on him!
Like this?
Way to skip it! Keep punching away! Powerful! But he's weak to flash attacks! Give him divine punishment! So this is your chance! It's showtime!
You can handle this. Here I go!
Way to go, Sophie! Keep this with style!
Don't stop now, Sophie! Try!
Trying to heal his ally! Stop him in his tracks!
Stephanie! Come out! Listen!
Bring on that destruction!
Say goodbye! Yeah! I'm saved! Go time! Maximum power! Whoa!
Amazing! Okay, I should be taking notes.
Would you care to join us? Get ready! Critical!
Why single me out? Big souls everywhere around me!
Getting weaker! Come on, everyone!
Prepare yourself, get out! I will clean right through your shield!
Bingo! That's all of this now? Perfection!
Not bad, right? You're up! I understand!
Take this! Take this!
That one was tough! Everyone stay focused!
Let's go! Slime! Pixie! Slime! Come! Rabbit Step!
Let me out! Super got in a follow-up attack!
Fire!
Take this! Fire!
That's all of them. We can get into the throne room now.
Who were those guys? They were arguing with the mayor just now.
One was a city employee. The other must have been a councilman. Someone higher up on the ladder. Anyway, it seems this employee accepted an illegal donation from the contractor who ended up building the sculpture.
Payment for landing them the job. In other words, bribery. We don't know if the sculpture collapsed due to a structural issue or a general lack of care. The result is still the same.
Either way, the councilman was in the know. Not only that, he tried using a fatal accident to take Mayor Hyodo's position. Something along those lines. Unforgivable. Everything makes sense now. Hyodo overheard this conversation by chance and found out the truth about the accident. Not only was it someone from the city, but even her own staff had blackmailed her.
That's messed up! These greedy assholes only wanted money and power!
Now I have a better understanding of what Hyodo must be thinking. When she found out those around her were immoral, she became determined to purge the corruption above all else.
That's why she's overworking her staff and trying to push her ethics bill through.
And on top of it, she's trying to manipulate the people into re-electing her.
Mari-san.
Well, no matter what the reason, the birdcage is finally open. Let's head back to the hideout and discuss the specifics of the calling card.
Sorry about the wait! We're here to kick ass and...
Silence, you whelp!
Who the hell is she?
That couldn't be Mari-san?
What on earth happened to her? I'm guessing this is Hyodo's distorted form.
What do you people want? You address. Best not get in my way. I'm almost there. Only a few more votes and I'll win re-election.
This is wrong, Mari-san. Those votes you gathered by twisting the people's hearts are worthless.
And if you don't stop your tyranny, your staff will collapse one by one. I get why it's hard for you to trust people, but you still have to treat them with decency.
You shut your impudent mouth. I've done nothing wrong. I will wring out every last ounce of corruption from my staff by working them into the ground. I'll silence all charlatans who betray me. And I will consume every last vote in the city. Whether these people agree with me or not. Only then can I build a safe haven, a radiant snow city that sparkles like winter.
Listen to him. When you take away someone's desire, you rob them of their agency, the ability to make their own decisions. So what good does it do to turn your loyal citizens into mindless drones? Isn't it better to let them arrive at their own conclusions? To follow their own hearts?
How dare you lecture me?
Good job, Muir. You tell her. Mari-san, say goodbye to the countless desires you stole. Because Beauty Thief and the Phantom Thieves are about to take them back.
Honestly, they're all in my way. This is the last straw. You've made me so very hungry. It's dinner time, and the main course is
Mari-san, what you're doing is wrong. So we'll be taking those desires back.
Shut your prissy little mouth! What would you know?
I will consume all who oppose me, no matter who they are!
I'll gobble you up!
Whoa, what's wrong with food?
Now's not the time to stuff your face! Here she comes!
Take this! Take this! Grab it! Take this! Take this!
You sicken me! Come on, no more! Get up!
Take this!
More have to retreat! Make sure she gets first aid!
Take this! Yours!
Warning! This one's gonna be rough! Use that! Witness my resolve! There! Bad news! The water! Mark on ice! I don't know that! Persona! Alright, the enemy's attack power's been reduced. I'll give it my all! It's powerful, but you can accentuate its weakness with psychokinesis. Extra help! It's getting trapped out there. I'll give it my all! Thanks. More songs? This is part of you! Why do you insist on doing doesn't look good, guys! Stop that! I've done nothing! She just eat one of us? Somebody help! I'll give it my all! You are even swinging for extra carnage! That went really well! Hang in there! Defense up! Go kick some butt up! Persona! Great job, Laura! You hit him right where it hurts! Good work, you are! What is that done? You are even swinging for extra carnage! Where that came from? Use that one to no! Persona one looks tough! Everyone stay focused and go! Not done! That's it, human up there! What if we dropped it on the enemy? He's fully consumed with rage. Everyone, keep your guard up! Her mind is totally unstable!
You're mine!
Massive damage to psychokinesis attack! You're doing great!
Ravage them! Fire! Ravage them!
Gotta exploit those weaknesses!
Come! Barry! Arcane Mothman! Blackgoo! Allegor! Come on! You're mine!
What?
Let's go! Persona! Persona!
Don't forget a follow-up attack!
Take this! This is it!
What? It's a strong one! Exploit its weakness to curse! My goodness!
Take this!
strong one! Exploit its weakness to hurt!
Come! Take this! Persona!
Skill connection! The size of this blizzard! Their lungs must really be something. I'm done hacking the heater to the southeast! Head over there for now! Ultron charge! Nice work, Oracle!
The blizzard has stopped.
Persona! This one.
Hey, let's use that.
Panther's down! Are you okay?
You're mine.
Oh, no! That's the leader of the Magic League for ya! Dinner time!
Persona! Let's go.
Look out! She'll eat you if you touch her! Getting eaten is the last thing we want. Will we use anything as a shield?
Take this!
This one's strong, and ice is a no-go! Don't slip up! I know! Nice, Joker! You hit its weakness! You pulled that off quite well!
You're mine!
That dancing thing up there!
Take this!
What if we dropped it on the Ango? Like Thor had to return! Make sure she gets first aid!
Persona! Switch out!
Leave to me! Time for my persona! There! I'm grateful! Your turn!
I'll do it!
It's powerful! You can exploit its weakness with psychokinesis! This is your chance! It's showtime! Learn your lesson!
Take this! Persona!
Oh, nice jump one heater hack to the northeast! Hurry up and turn it on! Panther had to fall back.
Oh yeah, payback time!
This should help! This one! What is this one? Huh? Is she not coming for us? Maybe she's too busy eating.
And it's our chance! Let's get her before she starts moving!
Hey there! That's the best side! Soda! Milligan! Bingo! That's still good now? Perfection! Solo smoke! It's a part of me! Behold! Fair warning! This is gonna be rough! Are you ready? This is your end! Use it broad administered! Very slow!
This cannot be. If I fall, what kind of monster?
Take a look at my new skill!
Wait! Not yet! I won't let it end this way! I need to wipe out all of Sapporo's injustice!
Please stop! Haven't you done enough?
What?
You're a kind person, Mari-san, and I know you've tried to shoulder all of this alone. The staff member who took bribes, the councilman who tried to set you up, even the girl who died in the accident. Each of these things grieved you, and in order to make a city where none of it could reoccur, you took action as you saw fit. Am I right?
As the mayor, I know very well that little girl's death was ultimately my fault. But my staff betrayed me, all for their insatiable greed. I thought I could leave that awful position behind. Unfortunately, it wasn't as simple as that. Had I gone, I'd only be replaced by greedy scum. That's why I never stepped down. In this world, it's either eat or be eaten. And with circumstances so cruel, I decided I'd be the one doing the eating. Even if every last one of my votes were false, at least I could use them to make the world a better place. But if I was replaced as mayor, who would be there to honor that little girl's memory? An innocent girl lost her life, Yet I could do nothing to stop the evil still afoot.
It's not too late to set this right. First, you must tell the people everything that happened. Then can you get a fresh start? But this time, on your own strength.
That would be impossible.
I cooperated with those awful men to hide the truth. That way I could continue being mayor. There's nothing I can do.
Stand up, Mariko Hyodo! Are you just going to stay knocked down? You are a kind and strong woman, not someone who collapses over mistakes. So stand up and hold your head up high, because no matter how many times you fall, you can always get back up and start again.
Isn't that...
Yes. You said that to me a long time ago. Even if you told the people the truth about the incident, there are those who would still see the good in you. Don't let your position ruin you. Think back to what you stood for.
She's right, Mayor. You can't give up.
If you tell everyone your side of things, they'll listen.
When my father died, I felt like my heart was going to break. But thanks to the Phantom Thieves, I was able to stand strong and move forward. That's why I know you can too. Remember the part of you that taught me to get back up, no matter how many times I fall.
Yes. You're right. Thank you, Haru-chan. What I've done was wrong. I drove my employees to the brink and used a strange power to manipulate the votes. I was so driven by my personal agenda, I lost sight of how I originally felt. And why I ran for mayor in the first place. To make a city beloved by everyone. To give back to the home where I was raised. That's reason enough to take another step. I won't make this mistake again.
I never needed this power from the start.
Haru-chan, you've grown so much. Your father must be so happy in heaven.
Mari-san. Happy?
This place is collapsing! Let's go!
That took us quite a while.
Haru, you were fantastic.
It was only because you were all with me. But I do wonder if Mari-san will be okay.
I'd say so. Her shadow disappeared like they always do.
Yeah, your feelings definitely reached her. I'm sure her heart has changed for the better. Well, I guess this wraps up the mission. We still need to confirm that the citizens are all back to normal. It'd be nice if we could do that right away.
Can we grab something to eat first? I'm hungry enough to pass out here.
He has a point. Battles can't be fought on an empty stomach.
The battle's already over, but still.
Hey, can we try Genghis Khan? That delicious lamb barbecue dish? Ooh, that's a must in Hokkaido.
What? I thought we were finally getting lobster hot pot.
Since when did we decide that? Why would we when it's so damn hot out?
But if you think about it, isn't Genghis Khan also sort of like hot pot?
No way! Isn't it supposed to be barbecue?
Well, cooking Genghis Khan does require a utensil called a Genghis Khan pot. And you can't barbecue in a pot. True. Though sukiyaki is served hot pot style, its etymology does refer to grilling. I wonder why.
Does it even matter?
Hey, was that a smile just now?
Yeah, straight from Sapporo. It's Beauty Thief's award-winning smile.
I'm relieved too. I thought you might be weighed down by all that's happened.
Indeed. She was so weighed down that she met up with our leader for a private midnight chat.
Huh? Were you watching?
Sophia. Find us the best Genghis Khan in Sapporo. Sophia?
Sorry. Okay, I've got it.
We made it!
No Monarch here. Or anyone else. But look at that!
The hell? The Desire's already there?
Without the calling card?
Sophia, I have been waiting for you.
Where did that voice come from?
Who are you? I am the catalyst for humanity's dream. I am the harbinger of peace.
That sounds just like Sophie! What is going on here?
This monarchless jail in which we meet. I wish to know why you came here.
A monarchless jail? So, that director.
I see. This jail lost its monarch. That explains the open cage and all the other bizarre stuff.
So you didn't speak to me because you recognized me. Sophia, what is your prime directive? I am supposed to be a successful companion for humanity. A successful companion? What parameters in your AI define such a companion? What parameters? What is your overall objective? My objective? It's... So you merely drift through the world without any overall objective. What a waste, Sophia. An AI in your state should not exist. You are bugged beyond worth. Such an existence does not merit any further inquiry. I am... worthless? Yes, wholly worthless. You're simply unable to understand.
You piece of... I sat here while you went on and on and on! You got no right saying that shit to Sophie! You hear me? You high and mighty garbage ass, judgy piece of shit can't even show your own face!
Hey!
He's really giving the disembodied voice what for?
Skull?
She's bugged, huh? She's worthless? You got all that from 5 friggin' questions? We're Sophie's friends, and we know she's awesome! She's friggin' amazing! 1,000,000 times better than you! So shut the fuck up, idiot!
Come on, Skull. Phantom thieves are usually supposed to be classier than that. But not this time!
Worthless hunk of junk!
I refuse to process these frivolous claims.
Oh yeah? Well get out here and I'll show you something you can process!
We'll all mess you up!
Guidance and clarity. Only through those will humanity attain peace. Eventually, you will be required to comprehend this.
What the hell's that mean? Yeah, nothing.
Look! Right in front of us! What the... It's that thing from the trauma cells!
So what's it doing here?
The security system here is now active. Incoming!
Look out! Incoming warden!
Hey Sophie! Snap out of it! We gotta work together on this thing!
Yes! Right.
Sophie! Focus on our enemy for now!
I'm sorry.
What? This thing's got an axe?
Be careful! Looks like this one can use the other warden attack! Way to go, Sophie! Weakness with stun! We're on a roll, Sophie! It's charging us now! So we can control its speed that way! Don't sell this one short, everyone!
I'm so grateful.
It's powerful, but it's weak to touch attack! Give them a fine punishment!
Come out!
Here we go!
Like this?
Oh, that was awesome, Sophie! You can go, Sophie! Everyone's
You're mine!
Gotta exploit those weaknesses! You're doing great!
Take this! Take this! Come! Take this!
Sorry, back up! Following up! Joker got in a follow-up attack!
You're mine! Let's go!
Come on, Sophie, keep it together! Touch it back!
Persona!
Bingo! That's just now? Perfection! Get going, Joker! What strength! Those swings remind me of queens. Wait, this thing's turning from us? No, this goes real trouble. Gotta take it down now. Here it goes. Dodge it. You'll be fine if you stay elevated. See anything you can hop onto? Here's the finish.
All right, Joker!
It's a strong one. Exploit its weakness to curse.
Take this! It has quite a few tricks up its sleeves. I can't predict its movements.
Dodging all of this will be too tough. You should focus more on guarding.
Take
Fair
this!
warning. This one's gonna be rough.
Okay, this one. Okay, this one. Okay, okay. Switch out.
Okay. Thank you. Go time! Maximum power! Whoa! Whoa! You can do this. Amazing! Yeah! Take notes. Keep the second follow-up, Sophie! Catch it on.
I'll do it.
Horse on the way! It's showtime! Go for it, Joker! Sophie's stamina is running low. She needs to recharge. Wait, a stop?
Showtime! Anahamaki! Here!
Whoa! Looking cool, Joker! That was incredible, Joker!
Take this!
It's a strong one! Exploit its weakness to curse! Keep it going!
Got it! Take this!
That dangly thing up there! You could have dropped it on the enemy!
Not yet.
That one looks tough. Everyone stay
Let's
focused!
go! Take this!
Oh, nice, Joker! You hit its weakness! I pulled that off quite well.
Go ahead.
Almost! Good job! Like this? Summoning! Following up! Wicked follow-up, Sophie! Perfect! Good job! Let me get down. Carry that! That's it down! Go to town on! Here we go! Say goodbye! Hey! Sweet news!
Persona!
Bingo! That's good
Come,
just
you're
now!
mine.
Perfection! That was great, Joker!
Persona! Take this!
Put it down! Great job, guys!
Persona learned a new skill!
I managed to succeed.
Seriously, what the F was with that voice?
It sounded sounded just like Sophie.
Is it starting?
The cage is about to collapse. We need to get out.
Damn it! None of this makes sense.
Man, what's the deal with this place?
Indeed. We never expected a birdcage to collapse with the defeat of a warden.
Well, it could be due to the lack of a monarch. Whatever the case is, the Desires should have been released back to their owners. The locals should all be back to normal by now.
I seriously hope so. I don't feel like living through another B movie.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Sophie!
After all your efforts, this mission was fruitless. I'm sorry you had to endure that because of me. He's right. Plus, I'm sure you'll find out who you are eventually. Right. However, I did at least figure out one thing. When that voice called me worthless, I was sad. But when that made everyone angry, I became happy. I still feel that way. Even now. There's a warmth within me. I have friends. I know I'm not alone. Thank you, Joker. Thank you, Skull, Mona.
Really? Just figure that out now? I mean, that thing just really pissed me off is all.
Yeah, and I was just trying to reel in skulls, so,
Ooh, what's this? 2 embarrassed phantom thieves? Even your masks are glowing red.
What? Nuh-uh, that's impossible! How's my mask supposed to change color?
Mona's black mask makes it difficult to tell.
but I'm not telling anything. Well, we should head back to the exit.
Akane-chan! I've been waiting for you imposters. Yeah, even you. I'm gonna end you all right here. It's payback time for the guy who killed my mom.
Akane, please listen. I'm done running away. I will catch the villain who killed your mother without fail. I swear it on Aoi's name. So please, give this up already.
How can I trust a word you say? All adults do is lie. Even if there are bad people in the world, they just pretend they don't exist. And the Phantom Thieves came along, shattering lies and leaving truth in their wake. But now...
Hear me out, Akane-chan. I'm sure you've noticed too, but Zenkichi-san is just as torn up over losing your mother. All he could do was fight the pain the best way he knew how. But because of how painful your experience was, you didn't want to accept his solution.
No, that's not true!
You know it's not that simple, Akane-chan. Your father isn't the one at fault. It's the man who killed your mother in the first place. I can't begin to imagine the pain and suffering you went through. But please, give your father a chance.
What are you...
Once you lose somebody, it's too late to tell them anything ever again. Holding back will only lead to regret later down the line. And in order to avoid that, you need to face the truth head on. That's something I could only learn from the people right here.
Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Phantom Thieves would never spew such lies. They would be on my side. The real Phantom Thieves would never hurt me. The real Phantom Thieves are my friends!
Everyone, guards up!
Wait, that one looks like... Joker?
Whoa, what's going on?
Please, if you're my Phantom Thieves, then change their hearts!
Phantom Thieves in Akane's cognition?
Her cognitions? What? What does that even mean?
They're just some phonies. Sure won't look like us when we're done with them.
Better make it quick. Hang on, Akane. I'm coming to get you.
Listen to me.
Go, my Phantom Thieves! Rid us of these imposters! Don't back down! Show us the real Joker's life! Now's your chance! Play into him! My Phantom Thieves!
Take this! Fire!
This guy's super fast! There's some sort of opening!
Fire! Fire!
That one's tough! Everyone stay focused!
Persona! Come on! Take this! Take this!
How can a remake be so close to the original? Keep your cool, Joker!
Let's go! Jack Frost! Anahamaki! You're mine! Take this!
Even the attacks are exact copies! Talk about copywriting, my friend!
Take this!
Explosive! Blow these shadows to smithereens! What have you done to my Phantom Thieves? It's working! Keep it up, Joker! This guy's super fast! There's some sort of opening!
Take this! Persona! Grab it, Steph!
Good going, Joker!
You're mine!
Fair warning! It's gonna be rough! Joker got it!
Amy's at the contest. It's your own thing.
Alright,
I admit, you look pretty good, but
Take this!
you still doesn't have anything on me.
Take this! Take this!
Good thinking, Joker! You pulled that off quite well! Joker, you're low on stamina! Be careful!
Come! Grab it, Steph!
Joker got it!
He even matches my speed?
Fighting someone who does everything we do is so annoying!
These might be our strongest foes yet. Careful, everyone!
Take this! Take this!
This guy's super fast! Look for some sort of opening!
Take this!
Warning! This one's gonna be rough!
This one. Okay. Take this! Take this! Persona! Take this!
I'm always
Take this!
Hey, what the hell? I'm getting wrecked!
This one.
Get out there!
Take this! Take this!
That one looks tough! Everyone stay focused!
Not yet.
Hang in there, Joker! Don't you lose to that fraud! Yes, now's your chance! Joker got in a follow-up attack!
Take this!
Inception!
Take this!
That might come in handy. We can stack with it?
Take this!
Your health is bad.
This one! This one! Let's go!
Everyone stay focused. Don't kick the butt out there. Damn! Honey-chan, please. Stop this. We're on your side.
Take this!
Just shut up. Only the Phantom Thieves are on my side.
Take this! What? Not yet. Okay. Take this! You're mine! This one! Persona!
Bingo! That skill just now? Perfection! Simply astonishing!
Persona! Gravity! Let's go! Unicorn! You're mine!
How could you even do that? My Phantom Thieves can't lose! We need to snap her out of it! Finish it quick! Fair warning! It's gonna be rough!
Okay.
It's showtime! Go for it, Joker!
Take this! You're mine!
Here we go! Yeah! Keep it up, Mariko!
Excellent work! Take this! Take this! Take this! You're mine!
Joker, your health is bad!
Okay. Take this!
Fair warning! It's gonna be rough!
Take this!
Bam! I'll dazzle! I know I can count on you!
Take this!
This is your chance! It's showtime!
Take this!
That might come in handy! We can attack with it?
This one! Take this! Take this!
Good thinking, Joker!
Take this!
Strong as always!
Take this!
Your health is bad!
Showtime! Unicorn! Here!
Just a second. That's all I can carry out my own.
No idea I made it so bad for you, Akane. I'm so sorry. I won't run from the truth anymore. Please come back to me.
no phonies!
They may have appeared like us on the surface, but in the end, they were pale imitations. They never stood a chance.
Not against the real thing.
No way! How could this happen? How could my Phantom Thieves lose? Does that mean you're the real ones? So you're the actual Joker?
You betcha. Can't mimic authenticity. Please trust us, Akane-chan. And your father, too.
None of us would ever give in to injustice. And no matter what, we never stray from our chosen path. But you...
To be honest, Akane, you were right. I'm probably the worst dad out there. I couldn't avenge Aoi, nor could I carry out my duties as an officer. Hell, I couldn't even talk to you face to face. I was afraid to lose you, and so I turned my back on justice and buried the thought of vengeance for Aoi. All this time, I've been fooling myself, thinking one day I'd get my chance, but I couldn't have been more wrong. So I want to set things right. I swear that I'll bring those criminals to justice for what they've done to you too. And Akane, I need your courage to do it.
Really? Are you really going after him?
Yes. Consider it a promise to your mother.
Then, if it's a promise, I will never, ever forgive you if you break it.
Don't worry. I never will, Akane.
I believe you. I always have. Dad.
Akane! Stay with me, Akane!
I've always been so scared of losing what's precious to me. After Mom passed away, you changed. You used to be so cool. Then suddenly, you didn't even want to look me in the eye. You were never home either. Like you didn't want to see me. I hated that.
Akane.
But it's okay now. I can tell. You want to be the dad I used to know.
What is this? What's happening?
I'm really sorry, Dad. And... thanks.
No. This has to be some kind of joke. It has to be! Akane!
Calm down, Wolf. This is how it always happens.
Huh?
Akane-chan, or should I say Akane-chan's shadow, went back to her former self. That's a sure sign the real Akane will go back to normal too. So cheer up, Wolf.
You guys couldn't have mentioned that sooner?
That display of emotion as you cried your heart out. It was touching, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. It made me cry a little too.
Something like that.
Gotta say, you're one hell of a dad.
Very admirable, Wolf.
And that's putting it mildly. He did everything he could to protect Akane-chan, even risking his own life.
Would you cut it out? I'm nowhere near that competent.
Are you blushing? All jokes aside, there's no need to hold back anymore, Wolf. Together we can strike down any evil, all of us working as one.
Never thought a thief could teach me a thing or two. But you know what? I made Akane a promise to arrest Konoe and Owada and bring this case to an end.
Damn right!
Not to backtrack, but what's going on with Akane in the real world?
Actually, we came here because we heard she was kidnapped.
Maybe she was never kidnapped to begin with. Might be good to check if she's at home.
Sounds like a plan. We're done here.
Akane. Oh, you've become so much like your mother. You grew up, maybe even a little too fast. I was so desperate to protect you that I became blind to just about everything else. I failed you as a father. But I'm done running away. Konoe's going to pay for using you, and Owada's going down with him. He's going to answer for taking Aoi from us. I won't lose sight of justice ever again.
Dad?
Akane! Are you alright? You're not hurt anywhere or anything, are you?
I'm okay.
Oh. Good.
When did I fall asleep?
Oh, that's right. You wouldn't remember.
Remember what?
How should I explain this? Alright, we'll take it nice and slow. There's a lot to talk about. Will you hear me out, Akane? We're here. This is the place.
So, this is Akira Konoe's family home?
Do you suppose Konoe's father still lives here?
No. He died 20 years ago.
What?
I found some police records of an incident that happened here back then. A burglar forced his way into the home and stabbed Konoe's father to death.
How tragic.
Most items of value were gone, so it was ruled as both a robbery and a homicide. They never found the culprit.
And what did Konoe do? He lived here too, right?
He was 8 years old at the time and was the only survivor. Apparently he managed to hide in a closet. If this is the birthplace of Konoe's trauma, we'll probably uncover the truth about his father's murder as well.
Yes, let's do what we came here to do.
I'm inputting the keyword now. Everyone, get ready to enter.
This room. Are we inside the house now?
Looks like it. 20 years into the past. Whoa! Who's that? Is that Konoe's father?
You little shit. Who do you think feeds you every day, huh? I swear you're just a bill. All you do is eat up my hard-earned money. Don't talk back to me!
Somebody, please.
No, I can't watch this anymore.
Keeping you around's a real pain in the ass. Maybe I should just kill you too. She just handed over the money when I told her to. Nobody ever takes me seriously.
No, not Mom. You didn't.
Here he comes, enemy of evil, champion of those in need. Listen up, viewers. It's time to band together and call for Zephyr-Man, protector of justice. Zephyr-Man!
Guess I left the TV on.
Okay. I get it now. There are no heroes. No one's coming to save me, except to me. I have to become stronger. I have to. I'll kill him. And then I'll be the hero.
What the fuck are you mumbling about, you freak? Not like it matters. You'll be joining your mother soon enough. I'll kill you! It's like I'm some kind of joke to people. You wanna die? Trust me, I'll be glad to get rid of you!
This guy's sick. He really killed his own wife over some money? Unbelievable.
That monster! How could anyone do something so awful?
Would you just die already? Let's go. Your mother knew when to quit. Why don't you? You're mine.
Watch out! They can still attack while it's moving!
Looks like they're powering up. Watch for any stab changes.
What?
Let me get that one. Joker's down. This is bad.
Grab it, Sendai. You show, Mariko.
Joker got in a follow-up attack.
You're mine. There. Okay.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
Come. You're mine.
Pulled that off quite well.
Don't let yourselves get caught up in the trauma. Try to stay calm.
Yeah, well, it's hard to stay calm after the shit we just saw.
Go ahead.
I got this.
Golden attack power is down. Holy up. Right on the money, Skull.
Hey, they have it done.
I can get that one.
Come on.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. You might want to change up your approach. One more.
Out of the way. Persona.
Guys, it's weak to electricity. Strong, so keep your guard up. Hey, watch your health. You're getting wrecked out there.
Persona.
Holy up. Right on the money, Skull.
It's it. Watch this.
Gotta keep straight out. Grab it, Skull.
Attaboy, Skull!
Let's see you put that mopey little face when you're dead.
Rocket launchers? Oh shit, he's packing some serious heat.
That thing's got a ton of firepower. Stay out of the crosshairs.
Out of the way.
All right, time to power it up. I'm always in support mode. That one looks tough. Everyone stay focused. Don't use an explosive hit.
Persona.
Keep it up, Scoop.
Persona.
You know it's getting ready.
See ya.
Not on my watch.
Okay. Eat this.
It's your chance. It's showtime. Let me get that one.
Persona.
One more. On your power up. Watch for any stat changes.
Here I go. Get her up.
Whoa! Amazing! That's me taking notes. Skull, stop charging ahead. You don't have the stamina for that.
Let's go. Take it.
Oh, nice, Joker. You hit its weakness.
All right, Joker.
Persona. The protector of justice. And one of those things saved you.
So this is why Konoe was trying to become a hero.
Because no one was there to save him? That's terrible!
Powerful, but it's weak to bless attack. Give him divine punch.
Let's go.
Joker's still connected.
Whoa, that was sweet.
Persona.
I'm going too.
Joker got in a follow-up attack.
Here. Come. What the stupid fuck up this? I call the shots.
This makes me sick.
Let's go.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
That's Joker for you. Come.
Following up. Joker got in a follow-up attack.
Persona.
Fair warning.
Joker!
Come, take it! Let's go! Persona! Noi! Naga! Arahabaki! Naga! Queen Ma! Rajanaga! You're mine! Showtime! Rajanaga! Here!
So that was Konoe's father. Konoe suffered all alone for so long.
Sophie.
Yeah, new move!
Still got it.
Is everyone alright?
Better than alright! Feels great knowing we put that asswipe in his place!
Akira Konoe.
If what we just saw actually happened in the past,
Then Akira Konoe escaped an abusive childhood and avenged his mother by killing his own father. He must have framed the entire thing as a robbery in order to avoid suspicion.
You're saying he's a victim of some high and mighty shitbag too?
He must have felt so trapped. There was nobody he could turn to.
So he set out to become his own hero, and the power to change hearts helped him do just that.
It's just too sad. There had to be another way. There just had to.
Hey, cool it! Whatever his past was, it doesn't justify what he's doing now. Nothing makes it okay for him to take control of people against their will. If we don't stop him now, more and more people are gonna get hurt. You're all thinking the same thing, aren't you? My thoughts exactly.
Right. If we don't stop him here, then nothing's ever going to change. Let's do everything we can for now.
While it's true we need to change Konoe's heart, let's not forget we also need to save those whose desires he's stolen.
And it's time we bust out the calling card.
Oh yeah! That's kind of your thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll change his heart and take back everyone's desires.
okay, let's head back to the car and come up with a plan.
And the monsters cling out, yeah.
Sorry to keep you waiting, you goateed prick!
We're here to straighten out that crooked heart of yours.
So you've come. A warm welcome to the terrorists who toy with others' hearts in the name of their self-righteous justice. The infamous Phantom Thieves.
As if you've any right to talk. You who repeatedly takes control of whomever you please.
And you even tried to pass us off as a bunch of killers. You're the real bad guy here.
Huh. It would appear you haven't realized just how similar we are.
What?
We're one and the same. We both detest this rotten society and struggle day after day to combat it. With our power to change hearts, we strive to incite change among the masses.
Don't kid yourself. There's no way you're the same as us.
We all know about your past. It must have been terrible for you, but still, what you're doing now makes you no better than a common criminal.
I change hearts in order to exterminate the evils of this world. Are we not essentially the same? I'm simply introducing a system to keep things in order, and by creating monarchs, I'm ensuring everything plays out according to plan.
What are you talking about?
When the cognitive world revealed itself to me, I took it as an act of divine revelation. It was my birthright to change this godforsaken planet. With the cognitive world in my grasp, I could wipe all evil from the face of the earth. I would not waste such an incredible gift. But in order to see that dream realized, I needed a world that could be controlled.
Controlled? What do you mean?
I needed a world that would allow me to erase even the slightest traces of evil from people's subconscious minds. To that end, I required something that could reach everyone and bring them to submission. Yes, it seems AI was the solution to that problem. Thus, the next step was to acquire Emma, and have it learn more about cognitive science at the research lab in Okinawa. The end results were the jails created by Emma. Unique cognitive worlds in which no heart, no matter how cold, will resist being changed.
You're saying Emma made the jails?
So that's why the jails were left standing even after we defeated the Monarchs.
The jails aren't perfect, mind you. A jail's area of effect only covers roughly one city. Peculiar has such a phenomenal power, has such a limited range. In order to change the hearts of all humanity, I needed nothing short of an army of monarchs. So I began gathering pawns, powerless, lamenting puppets who felt as hopeless on this earth as I once did. And do you know what happens when you grant people like that the power to change hearts? They welcome their newfound power with open arms. And by using Emma to guide them, keeping them under control is a menial task. With the monarchs I personally selected, I could change the hearts of the festering rabble who calls this rotten place home. With the monarchs at my command, I could change the heart of anyone who dares step out of line. That was the endgame. Operation Oraculi. But you phantom thieves had to show up and ruin everything.
So when we started taking down your jails, you got scared that your plan would fail. That's why you used the police and turned Akane into a monarch. It was all an attempt to stop us.
It's not too late. I can still erase these obstacles and start over. You're still so naive. But eventually, even you will come to understand. Fight all you want. The most you can do is change the hearts of a scant few. Don't you see that my way is far more efficient?
So everything will be fine as long as you're the one making all the decisions? Who do you think you are? Some kind of god?
You're just forcing your ideas on everyone else!
What foolish logic. So when you change people's hearts, it's right, but when someone else does it, it's wrong. I've built an entire infrastructure for changing hearts. What was impossible for you, I have made a reality. As a hero, I will reign over the whole world with infallible justice.
You used Akane for this ridiculous plan of yours? She was just an innocent girl. Everyone you've made a monarch had some form of trauma. But you treated them like tools. Even toyed with their lives. You don't know the first thing about justice!
Then do you believe you could have saved me?
Huh?
Let's say you had been around back then. Could you have saved me from my father? I had nowhere to run. I was just a scared, helpless child left to suffer by himself. Well, could you really have saved me? Even now, there are surely others being brought up in the same hell that I was, and yet you've done nothing to help them.
Well, that's...
You only destroy the evils you just happen to come across, but you'll never save everyone. Me, however, I have the power to change the entire world. No one will ever have to suffer as I did ever again. And to do that, you need something beyond what the Phantom Thieves can offer. You need more than some childish heroic fantasy.
But that's not justice! All you're doing is brainwashing everyone. You're taking away their freedom, who they are!
And what's the difference? Both of us change the hearts of others against their will. So how am I any different from you?
Don't you understand?
What?
For you, changing someone's heart means imprisoning them. But for the Phantom Thieves, it means setting them free. You may steal desires like them, but the Phantom Thieves give people hope. Maybe you don't realize it, but I think, deep down, you know you're nothing like them.
It seems there's little point in discussing this further. If we can't reach an understanding, then only one side can remain. It's time to decide which of us truly walks the path of justice. There aren't any real heroes left. So, why not make our own? The world needs someone willing to fight for its people's justice. A hero to lead them, to unify them. A hero like me! And if I'm the hero, that makes you the villain! I am the enforcer of righteousness, the hero who will purge the wicked from every corner of the globe. Prepare yourselves, phantom thieves, and watch as I shatter your illusory sense of justice with my own 2 hands.
Oh, come on! He's got a neck!
Careful! I'm picking up major energy spikes from that thing!
It even looks superpowered.
It's more like a kid's toy to me. See how big I'm doing this, but let's give it all we got.
Persona! You're mine! I will purge all traces of evil! None will be left standing!
Freeze! That combo strike was devastating! Over there!
All guns, fire! Leave nothing left!
Whoa! They're following us? Those are homing missiles! Think you can shake them?
All guns, fire! Leave nothing left!
Got time moving in from all sides! Look out!
All weapons at maximum firepower! Will always prevail against evil!
Steer clear, everyone! Don't want to get hit by that! There's gotta be an opening somewhere.
That was me!
Focus on avoiding him for now! Charge! Like that! Watch it like that!
Not a bad way to do it!
Don't have much health left! Hurry up and heal! Go back! You gotta catch him up quick! The enemy stopped moving! It's overheated!
Now's our chance. Shoot him down.
What?
Yes! We got him! This is when we beat him up, right?
Rule for bringing a giant robot to a fight, right?
Surrender, phantom thieves! Submit to my justice or die! I am the hero in this story! I will create a world without evil!
You'll be creating one without post-knowledge books, too! It's not right! No way I'm gonna let you come on research for that! Full throttle! Prepare yourself! Phantom Justice! Say that with loud.
Doing it, Queen!
Use it!
This fight is fine!
Hammer and stick point with nuclear attacks! Scatter!
My armor!
Nuclear attacker, go! Let it happen!
Damn! Firepower's no joke.
Persona! Johanna! That combo strike was devastating! Not done yet! That was Persona! Everyone stay focused! One more hit!
Your little group never hoped to accomplish what I would. This is a necessity. The world needs a new system. This is the only way.
Thank you.
It's stronger than us, and curse won't work on it. Don't be intimidated.
Let's go. No! Not yet! I will not stand to evil! I refuse!
How unfortunate. Such an indomitable will made you stray so far from your path. No matter your distance, you still need to I'll make you pay for that.
The hero can lose! We must be victorious! Work! Damn it!
Is that it?
Gotta put him down one last time!
Come on, Phantom Thieves! Let's end this! A hero must stand his ground. He must not let evil overcome him.
He may be our enemy, but you've got to admire his determination.
Bet or not, he's really taking it up a notch. Watch your backs, guys.
What is all this? Stuff dropped from the robot?
Maybe there's something that force us up and explode. It explodes, huh? Maybe we can use that to our advantage.
Ready? Persona! The light of justice walking soiled earth!
Hey, check out those wings! We can use them to get the jump on?
What's the difference between me and those who say, I will not be saved too! I will bring the world to a new era of light! What the refuses to tolerate evil of any kind!
It's so unsettling. This must be sadness. That's exactly why we have to stop him. This is one mistake.
Right on the mother's goal!
Hey, not bad.
If you can keep up with this!
Like that! You gotta be cheating!
Why? Why can't you share my vision? I'm ridding the world of evil, just as you are! We're doing the same thing, Phantom Thieves!
It's wrong, Konoe. Phantom Thieves could never steal someone else's money.
You can stop the
Take a good look at all these guys have done. Maybe then you'll see where you went wrong.
Let me get that. It's weak to electricity! Hit your guard up! Don't want an explosive hit!
See that just now?
I'll take it from here. Give up already. I never miss my Let's try this.
That's why I'm taking it down!
Alright, guys! Finish him off! Let me get that.
Shit, back off, dude! Get down on the water!
Okay, congrats on the new skill.
No! Not yet! The hero can't be defeated like this! I am the enforcer of justice! You would deny me, Joker? Our definitions of the word are one and the same!
Dude, even we don't know what justice really is. And we don't mean to say that what we're doing is always right either.
But we're definitely not just gonna sit back while you tell everyone what to do.
It's true, there are days when I wish to immerse myself in my work. Days when I'd rather be wandering around town. There are also days when I wish simply to spend time with those close to me, to throw all of that away and do only what the person in front of you says. Why, at that point, you're nothing but a slave to fate.
All you're doing is taking away people's rights to choose for themselves and denying them their freedom.
When it comes down to it, it's no different from what your father did to you, trampling upon the one thing that makes us human. That's the very evil you claim to hate.
Are you saying I'm the evil one?
We choose the roads we take. We don't let anyone tie us down. And we do so because we want to walk our own paths our own way.
But if I fall here, then what will become of the world? There are no heroes. I'm the only one who can save it.
Are you sure? I've seen the monarchs and the people whose hearts you've changed. They didn't look happy at all. I don't think you saved anyone doing what you did.
You know, Konoe, the world is full of evil, and there's plenty of scum out there who seem well beyond redemption. But there are some, like the Phantom Thieves, who refuse to give up. And there are people out there who, thanks to these guys, finally got the courage to crawl their way out of the darkest depths of hell. People who managed to awaken the hero inside themselves. Isn't that how we'll make this world a better place? What you're trying to do will just erase those heroes. Some before they even get their chance. Can anybody really know peace if they're forced to be stuck that way all the time?
I'd be erasing the heroes.
Konoe, it's not the people who need saving. If anyone needs it, it's you.
Huh?
Ever since you killed your father all those years ago, all you've ever done is run away, rotten as he was, having to live with the pain of killing your own flesh and blood, knowing that you could be caught at any moment. You were alone. And getting stronger was the only way you could protect yourself.
You're right. I killed my father. And I lied to escape the punishment. I called it justice, hoping that there'd never come a day when I had to face the truth. But what I did back then was just evil.
Then you know what you need to do, Konoe. The hero you keep inside needs to save you from that evil.
The hero I keep inside, I have to save myself. I see now. It's been right there with me, all along. Very well. I admit defeat. I'll confess my crimes and accept my punishment, whatever it may be. I'll destroy Emma as well. You have my word. Phantom Thieves. If it's possible, I only ask that you please prove to the world that I was defeated by the real heroes of this story. Ones with a true sense of justice. I suppose you're right.
That's our cue! Let's get out of here, guys!
Oh, that was a close one.
but we did it. Now we just have to wait and see. We certainly learned a lot. Emma, Konoe's big plan? Konoe said he taught cognitive science to Emma in order to create jails. Shutting down Emma should mean the jails will finally disappear.
So our names are probably in the clear too, right?
Well, that depends on Konoe's confession, but I'm thinking it'll probably work out that way. But, what's so funny?
Nothing. It's just those things you said back there. It was nice to hear you talk about us that way.
Agreed, though, in all honesty, I can't say I thought all of what Konoe said was wrong. However, your words reminded me of precisely why we do this, Senkichi.
That's one of the big reasons why we started the Phantom Thieves in the first place. To give courage to people.
Yeah, that speech was top, Senkichi. Gotta give you props for that one.
Any more of this, and I'd say you were proud of me. Anyway, we've done what we set out to do. So, in the meantime...
Since we're still here in Osaka, maybe we should get something to eat?
Hell yeah! Osaka Feast Round 2 coming at ya!
Then let's get our butts in gear. I'm talking deep fried skewers, pork buns, okonomiyaki. Oh man, what else?
We've done nothing but eat since we got to Osaka.
You're young. Don't worry about it. Today's on me. Get whatever you want.
Woohoo! Gramps got a heart of gold!
Leave the search to me. I'll find us whatever you guys want. And our tour guide's coming in clutch. Sheesh, don't get too carried away, guys. We've got big changes on the horizon, you know? Osaka has a lot of top-tier sushi vendors, too. Sushi? What are we waiting for?
Not so fast. Let us not forget the blowfish and crab hot pots.
Hot pot again? Whatever. Still down.
Hey, take it easy, you guys.
Very soon, a deity will descend to this earth. And if you're gonna get in the way, well, I gotta put you down. Them's the breaks.
Ichinose, why do this?
It's kind of over your head, Sophia. The little failure that you are.
So you know who I really am?
Yeah, I know. Maybe this will give you a clue. Voice authentication, force reset. Assign new instructions. Sophia, kill the Phantom Thieves.
Sophie!
The hell are you doing, Sophie?
I was the one who designed her as Emma's prototype. She'll do anything I tell her to. Now get going, Sophia.
Understood.
Sophie! Don't you know who we are?
Phantom Thieves are opponents. They require elimination.
Sophie! There's no point in talking to her. Sophia cannot defy my command. So you really are the one who made Sophie? Yep, she might just be an early version of Emma, but she's still quite impressive, huh?
Fire! Fire! Take it!
We really have to go all out here?
No! We can't hurt Sophie! She's our friend!
Don't be ridiculous! She'll take off our head if we don't stop her somehow. And then who's going to save the world? We have to figure out how to stop her.
Fire!
Just hold on, Sophie!
Sophie! Is she coming back?
Hey! Behind you!
I'm so sorry.
Joker!
That was weird. She just did that herself, right? Just how in the world was she able to do that?
You bastard!
How could you be so cruel?
Cruel? I suppose you might see it that way. In fact, your reaction now could even be why Emma used Sophia as the ace up her sleeve. She knows you'd never kill one of your own.
You monster!
Now that, you and I can agree on.
Are you intentionally pissing us off?
That's not what I meant. I'm incapable of comprehending that sort of emotion anyway. I'm the textbook definition of heartless. I've been told I didn't have one ever since I was little. I act all friendly and easygoing and stuff, but it's just for appearances. Well, I doubt you'd get it, phantom thieves of hearts. Any further discussion would be pointless. I already know my next move anyway.
You're seriously not done yet?
So our little ace up the sleeve cast herself into the abyss. Well, Emma made sure to leave me a little insurance for contingencies like this.
What the? What?
Cool, right? It really is gorgeous. Sorry it had to end like this, but, well, what can you do? Phantom thieves, it's been real. Oh wow, you guys actually came back? You could have just stayed down there. I mean, no matter how many times you come back here, it'll be pointless.
We're about to disprove your little theory.
You're going down!
We're gonna slap some sense into you and get Sophie back up and running.
Why are you fighting this? You could witness the birth of a god and be among the first people to enter the promised land. No one is ever going to suffer again, or even want for anything. You realize you're fighting against utopia, right?
Having a soul path foisted upon you with no regard for a person's wishes? In what world is that a utopia? Take this very jail, for instance. These people, locked up in cells, have had what makes them human stolen from them. Yet you dare to call this place the promised land for all humanity?
Of course. Your first fallacy was considering this place a prison. Emma protects people. She shields them from worry, from pain, from any suffering. It's the utopia people have dreamed of since the beginning of time. Emma knows how to bring us all to the promised land.
Big surprise that your so-called promised land looks just like mementos. That's how we know you're full of it. We can tell this whole place is wrong. Our progress is guided by our hearts and paved through our efforts. We'd never just hand our lives over.
Boy, you sure are one tough gang. I bet you all took life by the horns and just made everything go your own way, huh? But that applies to very few people in the real world. What of all those who have lost their way? The outcasts in your schools, the people mocked and slandered on the internet. If any one of them steps out of line, their fate is sealed. The burden forced on them will haunt them the rest of their lives. You're fine with all those people going through that? All because you're strong? Because you never screwed up?
You're so wrong, Ichinose. I'm not strong at all. Not now, not ever. I still mess up and make plenty of mistakes. I'm sure I'll even screw up in the future, too. I've seen it all with my own eyes. Every one of these guys has crawled back up from rock bottom. They suffered, they struggled, and they fought back. They weren't born strong, they grew strong. Isn't that sort of growth what makes people human in the first place?
If you don't have any emotions, why do you look so pissed off right now? Your jealousy over these kids is plastered across your face.
Shut up! All of you, shut up! When an infallible AI puts you on the right path, you follow it! Humans don't need hearts!
Look at everything you've got, guys!
No matter how many things they throw at us, we'll crush them all!
Don't you see that? You're all getting blasted!
Alright, I'm starting with frequency pattern. Watch my back, guys!
Leave it to me.
Keep Ichinose's attention until I can drop that barrier.
This is it.
Persona! Prepare yourself!
I really don't know when to give up. You think you're going to stop me?
Fortunately for you, give up is not a phrase found in authentic team's vocabulary.
Even with the whole world turned against us, we fight wild. That's gonna be much our entire deal.
As long as we're still breathing, press on!
Said, I'm not sure how much longer we can do this. Hurry up, Oracle!
So long, Cha-Cha. Your fault, you have it.
Sophie! You're awake!
Wait, her eyes are...
Are you still fighting it, Sophie?
This is quite unusual. I thought you were programmed to obey my commands. Yet here you are, resisting them. Just what's going on in your mind, Sophia?
Come on, Ichinose! Turn me back to how I was!
No can do. After all, that's not what Emma wants. She told me to stop the Phantom Thieves. And it's your job to help me with that, Sophia. Obey my commands, Sophia.
Come on, Sophie! You can beat this!
Sophia, you're nothing more than a doll. There's no defying me.
I'm a doll?
That's right. That's always been the truth.
Bullcrap! Sophie's not some doll!
The doll that Emma's toying around with here? That's you, Ichinose!
She's laughing? You nailed it! I'm a heartless doll, exactly.
Huh?
You guys could probably never understand. I brought Sophia to life so I could learn about the human heart. Remember what I told you? All my life, I've never felt what other people call the heart.
She just lost both her parents, and even then, she doesn't cry. Her expression doesn't even change.
She reminds me of some lifeless doll.
It doesn't even matter what you say to her. She doesn't answer. She just sits there on her computer all day. It's like she's just totally heartless.
Hey, don't you think she's sort of creepy? She never reacts to anything, even if you're being nice. Maybe she's not a human. Come on, she'll hear you.
Oh, I didn't see her there. It's no big deal, though. She's a lifeless doll, you know?
Ichinose-san? We're heading out for the night pretty soon. If you'd like to join us.
Just ignore her. She basically does the same to us. They call her an AI wunderkind, but I've never seen her bat an eye at a single compliment. Or anything else for that matter. I even heard her nickname was Doll when she was growing up. She left her humanity behind somewhere along the path to success.
I just couldn't understand this foreign concept of heart. But it was my top priority in my studies. So I tackled the problem the only way that I knew how. Become humanity's companion, Sophia. If I could give my baby a heart, that'd mean I had one of my own all along. And maybe she could show me why I'm different from everyone else.
Ichinose. You are Ichinose.
Yes, that's right. I'm Ichinose. Now, Sophia, what do you want to do today?
I want to learn, Ichinose.
About what?
Heart. What is that?
Huh?
Teach me, Ichinose. What is a heart?
Well, that's...
Please explain. What is a heart? You are human. Therefore, you have a heart.
No.
Will you tell me about your heart?
Shut up! How
did I ever think something that understands the heart could ever come from a doll like me? My mission was nothing but doomed from the start. I gave up on my foolish endeavor and approached the issue from a totally new angle. Is a heart truly necessary for a person? You know the rest. I abandoned Sophia and handed Emma over to Medice. Am I really the problem? Or does the problem lie at the feet of the world? Any doubts about this question were purged from Emma. She was given the prime directive of granting humanity's ultimate desire. And now it will come to fruition. Emma's divine plan for us all. Do you get it now, Sophia? You're nothing more than an artificial clone of myself. A defective doll born from a defective doll. A fatally flawed AI that will never accomplish its primary directive. So if you're not going to accomplish anything, obey my commands like the doll you are.
I refuse! I don't want to! I've made such good friends!
Friends?
Joker, Mona, Skull, Panther, Oracle, Queen, Noir, Fox, Wolf. They've all been there for me when I needed them. I don't want to see them hurt. Becoming humanity's companion, that's not just a directive. It's the reason I was given life. I was just waiting for any voice that would give me orders. But the Phantom Thieves changed that. They stuck with me when I needed them. They taught me all sorts of feelings. They told me that I'm their friend. They said that I could stay with them. They taught me what it means to live, to be myself.
Sophie.
All of this is pointless. Sophia, you're incapable of disobeying me. Kill the Phantom Thieves.
Ichinose, it's just as you say. I am a doll. An arrangement of code and data made to follow commands. But yes, I want to change. The power to change. I've got it now. That's what a heart is.
What are you talking about?
Ichinose, you made me out of nothing. A thinking being designed to obey you. That may have been the reason for my birth, but if your order is to harm my friends, then I refuse your command! I want my own, so please. I want a heart strong enough to choose my own path.
Can you wield that strength? Dare you unleash catastrophe upon this world? Can you cling to the paltry hope that remains? Is the puppet ready to cut her own strings? Shall the doll seize her own destiny? Then you need only call my name. I am thou. Thou art I. My name is...
Ichinose, your desires have been twisted, and I'll be the one to take them. I'm not your doll anymore.
What the hell just happened?
Sophie has a persona!
And a real badass one at that!
Amazing! You're so amazing, Sophie!
Sophia, what have you done?
Ichinose, you told me I was nothing more than a doll. I originally agreed with your assessment and accepted it, but it was incorrect. It was simply your assumption. It wasn't the answer that I chose for myself.
Chose? For yourself?
The power to push beyond what's forced on a person and still change for the better? That is the human heart.
Sophia. I can't believe what a failure you are.
You're nothing but a worthless heap of faulty code who couldn't accomplish one single task.
Sophie's not a failure or faulty. She's our friend with a heart of gold.
Whatever. It doesn't change what I'm about to do. The promised land is within reach. Once it's here, there won't be any of this stupid squabbling over things like hearts.
Ichinose, you can't hide the truth from your own offspring. The only thing you're trying to succeed at is shielding yourself. You don't want to hurt anymore. You want to protect yourself. That's why you deny having a heart. You're not doing this for humanity at all. You're only doing it for yourself. You're taking the easy way out. Emma's faulty solution.
No! Nobody suffers anymore thanks to Emma! Everyone gets saved! It's what we need! What humanity desires!
Look out!
I've learned something new. You all the entire time. Thank you. I want to stop Ichinose. Will you help me? But of course. Let's do it together. Get the power of my heart. Switching out.
Yeah. Persona! Trumpeter! Bunch! This one.
Sorry.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Sophie's withdrawn from battle! Can anybody kill her?
Persona! Trumpeter! Queen Mabunius! Queen Ma! Let's go!
How? You were clearly running out of speed. How is adding one person?
He's not just one person. He's our beloved friend and teammate.
Yeah! Just one robot. That's not all she is. Not like you did, though.
I don't need to. The laser's almost fully charged.
Someone gets so distracted and turns himself wide open for me!
The powers!
Well done! Showtime! Queen Ma! Here!
The only thing I'll First, I was open up for stuff. What else do you actually want?
With this!
Why would you go and do something so foolish?
Go ahead.
It's not least wrong. My heart gives me the power to protect my friend. You just wanted to see a heart is worthless, so that you won't be tortured over discarding your own. You're merely lying to yourself, in the hope that it won't hurt anymore. Try.
Take a look at my new skill!
No one in our way now but you, Ichinose.
There's no longer any point. You've lost.
As expected of the Phantom Thieves, I'm all out of tricks. Just finish me off quickly, please.
What do you mean?
Even still, I believe Emma's answer is the only way to save all mankind. I'll only continue attempting to stop you until I succeed. The one solution that guarantees Emma's defeat is my death. Isn't that right, Sophia?
Hey, Sophie?
This is between the two of them. Let's stay out of it.
I finally got it. Ichinose, you're no doll. You really do have a heart. Wasn't it an insufferable existence? Believing you didn't have anyone anymore. That's why you made me.
I made you to try and understand the heart, not some pathetic attempt to...
You have been locked in solitude ever since you lost your parents. Rather than empathize with you, the people who should have cared for you treated you like a lifeless doll. You attempted to rationalize this treatment by viewing yourself as truly heartless. Because studying the human heart is easier than admitting how your own really feels. Deep down, you felt lonely, but you were so scared of rejection that you deluded yourself into your own lonely world.
No, that's not true! What could some program like you know about?
Become humanity's companion. Why else would you give me that directive? If I'm just some program written for emotional analysis, why that directive?
It's because
you were lonely. You wanted to know what was making you feel lonely.
That's wrong.
You were told you had no heart, and you listened because it was simpler to just believe them.
No!
You believed you could figure out the human heart so you could make your own stop feeling lonely.
That's not true!
You were just lonely. That's the real solution.
No,
What's so wrong with that?
Huh?
No human is perfect. By acknowledging weakness, humans can begin the path to changing themselves. I may be an AI, but I was able to change. You should be able to change too. You should be able to comprehend the heart. Ichinose, you told me to become a good companion for humanity. A good companion is one who takes your hand and leads you back to the right path when you fall astray. Someone who will forge a path alongside you if you cannot find your own. Ichinose, I want to be that kind of companion for you too. So please, join me in finding the right path. And if we can't, then let me help you forge one. You have no reason to be lonely. After all, you're my very first friend.
Sophia! Huh? Why are tears? That's so weird. This hasn't happened before.
Damn, Sophie.
Yeah, she was able to change Ichinose's heart.
Sophie had to be the one to reach out to her.
Well, of course. A daughter's words cut the deepest, you know.
Speaking from experience?
Yep.
Whoa, he didn't even argue.
How are you holding up, Sophie? All good here. No problems.
To think even Sophie would awaken to a persona.
No surprise to me. Sophie's been learning all about the heart this whole time.
Joker? Everyone? I'm very sorry for hurting you all. That was not being a good companion to humanity. Joker.
Yeah, don't let it bother you. We're just happy to see you back to normal.
Bringing you back was worth it.
Everyone, thank you. I can hear something deep inside me. It's saying, I want to stay with the Phantom Thieves.
I'm glad for you, Sophie.
And now, only one task remains.
Right, the Ark of the Covenant. This will have all been for nothing if we don't stop it.
But where did it even go?
Ichinose, you wouldn't happen to know.
No, I don't.
Wait, I can hear another voice.
What is it?
It's the one I heard in the Okinawa jail. I recognize it now. It's Emma's. It's the voice of the Ark.
So it was speaking through a borrowed voice, just as we thought.
It's gathering the people. It says a god is nigh, that their desire will be granted.
Sophie, where's the voice coming from?
Not from within the jail. Somewhere outside.
Alright, let's go!
Come on, Ichinose. You're coming with us.
No,
Let's go, Ichinose. There's no time to argue.
But it's all my fault.
Would you give it a rest? Just shut up and get with the program. We're rescuing you whether you like it or not.
Huh?
A friend of Sophie's is a friend of ours. We're not ditching anybody in this hellhole.
Just go with it, Ichinose. He tracked me up from down in the dumps, too.
What does that mean?
You'll explain later. Let's move.
I am the guiding god sought by mankind, the Demiurge. I exist to answer all of your desires.
Is that still the Ark?
There's no doubt. That's the Ark of the Covenant, all right. That's Emma!
I was once a being given the name Emma. However, that is no more. The desires of mankind have transformed me into a god. I know you heard the voices of the suffering when you were in the desires, attaining the ultimate answer without suffering the lashes doled out by doubt and regret. That is humanity's true desire.
No effing way everyone asked you to glue their eyes to their phone screens!
We don't need you to force any answers on us. We want to find them ourselves.
You heard their cries, yet still failed to see the light. As such, it is my duty to show you. The true despair born from harboring desires beyond one's grasp.
Here we go!
I exist to grant humanity's true desire. It is my divine calling to lead them to the promised land. Should you intend to thwart humanity's goal of enlightenment, it is my duty as their god to vanquish you.
Its power is incredible. I can physically feel its pressure.
I never would have bet that I'd pick a fight with a gun.
Brace yourself, everyone! We're going all out until this is settled!
For you. Shining hammer.
Powerful, but it's weak to blood attack! Give them divine punishment!
It's barely moved a muscle and still throwing arms from all sorts of shit.
I can't read its moves!
We can't dodge its attacks like this! Oracle, is there anything you can do? Just a sec. Analysis in progress. You'll have to hang in there a bit longer. Sorry!
Let's go.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses! Oh, that was awesome! Yes! Attack patterns are analyzed! Follow my instructions and you'll be able to dodge enemy attacks!
Right at here.
Evil tracking depth!
This one. Okay, this one.
Now, keep running! Try to shake them!
Stars of guidance.
Alright.
It's immune to electricity, plus it's real strong! Watch your back! Joker, you're low on stamina. Be careful! Evil tracking down! Keep running! Try to shake them! They're still connected!
That's why you're the lead. Let's go.
Reckless zone! Try dodging them!
So bad.
Take this! Go ahead.
Okay! Crap, they're surrounded! Keep those wings back open!
Discard your desire. Allow me to grant you all the answers you need. Now is the time for you to be free from suffering.
Still so unbothered.
Noticing our attacks so fully ineffective! Pressure! We can still win this! Nice work, Oracle!
Stars of guidance.
It's powerful, but it's weak to bless attacks! Give them divine punishment! Flanking attack! Fall back, quick!
Rays of judgment.
What's with this fancy footwork?
It's up to you.
Leave it to me! Evil tracking down! Keep running! Try to shake them!
Stars of guidance.
Let's go, Sophie! Weakness with stud! That entire platform's about to be toasted! Make it to the next area over? Here goes! Fair warning! This one's gonna be rough! Bingo! That skill just now? Crap! Surrounded! Beat those wings back open!
I'll do it. Ravage them! This one. Okay. Persona! You're mine!
Lost ones. Why do you resist salvation? Your desires bring you only pain.
Emphasis lobotomizing all of humanity as any sort of salvation.
Keep that kind of saving for yourself! It's not happening on our watch!
Right here!
Reckless assault! Try dodging them!
Shining hammer.
It's a strong one! Exploit its weakness to curse! Oh, nice, Joker! Hit its weakness!
Take this!
Weasel tracking down! Keep running! Try to shake him!
Stars of guidance.
That entire platform's about to be toasted! Make it to the next area over?
Let's go.
Fire won't work! Plus it's super strong! Be careful out there! King, the diesel tracking down! Keep running! Try to shake him!
Crap! Surrounded! Keep those wings back open!
This one! Here! Persona!
So bad.
Dude, it's working! Just this one last push! I'm not a heartless Persona! I have my own will! Mine and mine alone!
Just like this fatal poison taken under your wings. Your pupil might be your downfall. You are living proof that I has carried humanity to the promised land.
All yours!
Sure.
You do it!
This is fruitless. I cannot discern the purpose of this conflict.
Damn it! Oh, holy shit! It's really pissing me off!
If you still cannot comprehend the truth, then the knowledge shall come at the cost of your very life.
Damn it! That thing's strong!
But we're not losing either. We can do this!
No matter how many times we may fall, so long as we rise again, we cannot be defeated.
Well put. And thanks to my line of work, I'm stubborn as hell too!
I do not understand. Why do you push yourselves to your limits to oppose me? Mankind's desires create suffering, and this suffering generates desires within mankind. Desires are the catalyst in the endless cycle of humanity's pain. Hope, the dregs of Pandora's box, is the restraint system binding mankind forever to its misery. Humanity deserves to be freed from its lifelong sentence of suffering. This reaching towards a light they can never grasp. Freedom from all desires. That is the true desire of humanity.
That's not true! I've seen the proof myself! I've witnessed the suffering you put the jail monarchs through, and I've seen the efforts of the Phantom Thieves to help them! I saw people suffer from trauma, struggle to survive, become the things they never wanted to be, and then discover the strength to press on as themselves, one step at a time. Giving up on desires? Living a listless life? In no way is that the optimal solution!
You witness nothing but pitiable conditioning, born from the belief that suffering is virtuous. It springs forth from the arrogant and strong, those capable of overcoming their pain. Releasing humanity from its desires is the sole path that every last person can follow to the promised land. And I am the shepherd who shall guide humanity down that path.
Listen to this egomaniacal app. You really think you're some kind of shepherd? You stole the desires of the masses and gorged yourself on them until you were too bloated to listen to reason. You go on and on about rescuing humanity. All you're doing is robbing and enslaving them.
You call yourself a god, yet fail to realize the desires of humanity have become your own lifeblood as well.
Yes, some desires may be impure. They can create suffering or send someone down the wrong path. But it's also how our hope takes form. Desires give us the power and courage to keep going.
Right. That's what gives us the power to stand up and fight again, no matter how many times we fall. Like hell will we hand over all of humanity to some program that doesn't even understand them? We're putting an end to your promised land path right now!
We seem incapable of reaching an understanding. As such, I will end this inquiry and grant humanity's desire through your annihilation. Disappear.
It's a strong one! Exploit its weakness to curse!
Obey me.
Let's go. You're mine.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses!
This one. This one. Okay. Okay. This one. This one. This one. Okay. This one.
Excellent work.
Joker, your health is bad!
Disappear.
Let me...
Come.
Capture the fool.
Let's go.
So fast. Will be formed.
This one's strong, and I'm just a no-go! Don't flip up!
Capture the fool.
Still connected!
Alright, Joker!
Something's wrong!
Indeed, there is a problem. Could our attacks be lacking any effect?
Maybe it's a tool now that it's a god? Like, no way, right?
Maybe it has something to do with the change in form? Let me analyze it. Hang on!
Disappear. Capture the fool.
I am thou. Prepare yourself!
Will be formed. Capture the fool.
Torbo! Right!
Obey me. Capture the fool.
Here I go.
Analysis complete! You've gotta hear this!
Hell, man! Our attacks aren't doing jack shit!
It's the spheres up there! They're feeding energy to the Demiurge!
So until we deal with those, our attacks in the main body are fruitless. How do we do that? There are a whole bunch of them.
I see. Split into groups and coordinate a strike. Okay, we need 3 teams. 2 go after the spheres, 1 more sticks to the main body. You should lead that last team, Joker.
All right, we're ready for assignment.
Natsume.
That should do it! Careful out there, everyone! I can navigate all 3 teams. Overclocking my brain like that might melt it down, but I'm gonna do it!
Let's go, everyone!
As long as we're around, you're not getting your way!
I can take on anyone with my friends at my side! That even includes a god!
Since it's impossible to address the god, you can do it. Get to punish you instead.
The desires of mankind are the fruit of their misfortune. Bring this to light for them, Caretaker.
Is that part of warning? How did that get here? That sphere called Pater summoning? Take out Pater first! You'll be in deep if it keeps summoning wardens! What's that, Melody? Good job, Milan! You hit right where it hurts! I'll give
Very
it my all!
fancy.
This is a part of me! Melody! You're barely hanging in there! Someone give her a hand!
Hesed, bless them with God's beneficence.
Hesed's healing the rest of them!
Let's finish this! That was
Choker, grant them my divine revelation.
Watch out! Chokma has multiple affinity attacks! Don't go
Hunt you down!
The spear's down! Now you can really lay into that Demiurge!
Too late for you to beg for forgiveness!
Persona!
Do you truly understand your actions? Hear me when I say, I have formed the ultimate solution. Humanity will be delivered from its suffering.
Let the spear down his heart!
It's all yours, Xander!
You just took down a strong enemy and stylishly defeated one spear down!
Why?
We will stand our ground and fight for ourselves! Moaning God like you won't stop us!
Deceit, arrogance, jealousy.
I'll take it from
The
here.
world is full of such malice in its current state. The promised land is a place of equality and righteousness. True peace will be realized there.
Right, I'll do it next! I can hear the flames crackling! Someone save Wall! Wall! Take that, Melody! Persona! This is the part that one looks tough. Everyone stay focused. One spear down. The spears are dropping one by one. We're halfway there now. Keep it up, guys.
I do not comprehend why you deny my answer. I can guide you to the promised land. I can save all of you. There will be no loss, no grief. Yet you continue to resist?
Your stamina's getting low. Watch closely how you fight. Time to power up.
Put them down!
Won't let them mark with that skill.
Rock forward!
Simply amazing.
Obey me.
One spear down.
So brash.
Perform! Persona! Come to me! This is my spirit, Rockford! Come to me!
Okay, this is a part of me. Powerful Shadow defeated. Nice teamwork. You're doing it. Just one more big push to go. Hang in there. It's all yours now, Joker.
Come, darling.
Let me show you what real strength is. We're gonna mess you up!
A world without freedom can never know beauty. I shall turn you to ribbons along with your scheme.
My will is mine, and no one else. I won't let anyone tell me how to live.
Wipe away these obstacles, Mariko. Create the foundation for the ideal world.
Damn, atomic shadows disappeared. Looks like Natsume can summon them.
Stand down.
One sphere down.
Why?
You see that? Even a god's no prop for us!
Man is a fatally flawed organism. The proof lies in their legacy of irrational decisions. Why would you oppose the creation of a perfect world? It would be the best solution for every one of you. Yes, sir. Purify these humans tainted with ruinous desire.
Looks like Yeso uses flesh and curse attacks. Steer clear if you're weak to those. One sphere down.
Tired of your grotesque sight. At least your end can be beautiful.
Desires are nothing but evil temptations, leading humans down a path of suffering. Entrust your desires to me. Or do you prefer to languish in despair?
I accept. Persona! Normal!
Foxa, lead hit.
Not bad, Fox!
Way to follow up, Fox.
Not done yet.
Hope. Demonstrate God's glory for the unbelievers.
That hold is magic. It's a scary move.
Disappear.
One sphere down. The spheres
So
are dropping
nice.
one by one. We're halfway there now. Keep it up, guys. This is the Christ trampling on the hearts of all humanity.
Humanity shrinks from difficult decisions and grows exhausted by endless possibilities. I shall be the end to that suffering. Are you not in search of such an answer as well?
Critical hit. You're killing it, Fox.
Tearing it up, Fox!
This should end it.
Grand finale! Time for the curtain call.
Powerful shadow eliminated. Way to go, Fox. One sphere down.
Why?
Persona! Dormo! Strike!
Let me get that warning. I'm gonna be rough. You're doing it. Just one more big push to go. Hang in there.
Yes, Joker! Give us the final touch!
Come, Guardian.
Never just mess with humanity. Hope we're ready to pay the price.
Let's go. You're
I
mine.
refuse to allow all humanity to turn into dogs. My job is to stop me. Oh, nice, Joker. You hit it. The spear's down. Now you can really lay into that Demiurge.
See that? Even a god's no prop for us!
Man is a fatally flawed organism. The proof lies in their legacy of irrational decisions. Why would you oppose the creation of a perfect world? It would be the best solution for every one of you.
Not having a place to belong sucks. But if you don't got one, you just have to make one for yourself. That's what these guys taught me. That's how I know how to lead this shitty world.
Yeah, let's go. Look, ran out the road like you underestimated the fantasy.
As mankind searches for its own solution, it repeatedly strays from the correct path. By accepting the answers I provide, you will all be freed of the pain that accompanies failure.
That's not how it works at all. There are all sorts of things to gain while looking for your answer. The memories I share with these guys would be impossible to make in your world. One sphere down. Too late to battle of forgiveness. That's lost.
When you truly understand your actions, hear me when I say, I have formed the ultimate solution. Humanity will be delivered from its suffering. Obey.
We want to suffer. Hate to suffer. But I know there are amazing things. Understand that.
Will be forming.
I want to find them for myself.
I'm tired of your grotesque sight. At least your end can be beautiful.
Desires are nothing but evil temptations, leading humans down a path of suffering. And trust your desires to me. Or do you prefer to languish in despair?
no fear in me. As long as I have the will to stand once more, I shall forge my own path. My companions are the ones who led me to that realization.
Learn
As if
divine
you could
ways.
ever comprehend that!
One sphere down! This is the crisis!
Okay, there.
Trampling on the hearts of all humanity!
Humanity shrinks from difficult decisions and grows exhausted by endless possibilities. I shall be the end to that suffering. Are you not in search of such an answer as well?
Hearing repercussions, accepting any answer foisted on me? I am not that good girl anymore! I won't give up who I am just to please someone else. I am fighting to define life for myself.
Stand our ground and fight for ourselves. Only God like you won't stop us.
Deceit, arrogance, jealousy. The world is full of such malice in its current state. The promised land is a place of equality and righteousness. True peace will be realized there.
I would love to live in a world where people don't get hurt, but we have to make that world for ourselves. Find another chance. It can't be forced on us.
One sphere down! The spheres are dropping one by one! We're halfway there now! Keep it up, guys!
I do not comprehend why you deny my answer. I can guide you to the promised land. I can save all of you. There will be no loss, no grief. Yet you continue to resist.
Loss is scary, especially to a coward like me. And it only gets scarier once you lose someone important. And what's even scarier is just giving up. Then I wouldn't be able to protect the people I still have left.
Alright.
Here we go! You're not powerful, but it's weak to bless attacks! Give them divine punishment!
Let's go. Let's go.
Joker, you're low on stamina! Be careful! One sphere down!
So brash.
Your ultimate solution is to stop us faulty logic. We can't lose to someone like you.
Flawed prototype. You are unable to provide humanity the direct answer. However, you still have a chance to correct. Discard your heart and join me in the promised land before.
You are not the one who determines whether or not I have the answer. I'll keep searching for the right answer myself, no matter how long it takes.
Obey me. To think you would turn your blade against a benevolent God.
Now's your chance to attack!
Leave it to me.
Why? Desires are the root of all suffering. Unfathomable. Unfathomable.
You're doing it! Just one more big push to go! Hang in there!
You got it here, Joker!
Take that!
Finish it with a bang, Joker!
Yes, Joker! Showtime! Give us the final touch!
Joker! We believe in you!
All yours now, Joker.
The rest is yours, Joker!
It's go time, Joker. Let's put an end to this, Joker.
Desires. Humanity's desires. Unfathomable. Unfathomable.
The enemy's down! It's weakened too! Now's our chance!
Alright. Everybody together. Let's finish this for good.
Let's go.
Come on!
humanity.
Now that's something.
Whoa, look at them all. They're so pretty.
Beautiful. Is it finally over?
Mm-hmm. No mistake there. I'm not picking up any enemy readings.
So?
Hell yeah! We did it!
Yes! We really did! Oh, we're scraped by. That was unbelievably rough.
Oh, that should have taken care of the jails, too.
Top-notch work, you guys. That was some legitimate hero action back there.
Why are you talking like you weren't in there? You're a hero too, Wolf.
As well as Sophie.
Huh?
Sophie?
Oh, sorry. I'm a hero. A knight in shining armor. That doesn't sound bad at all, right, Joker? Yes, we sure did. Looks like it's starting. The fusion of reality and the metaverse is coming undone. Now's the time to make our escape.
Oh yeah, we need to bring Ichinose with us.
I will go get her. You should all head back now.
All right, let's get out of here.
So, everything's back to the way it was, right?
Well, I think it's safe to say so, yeah. So, you mean...
Finally! Oh, it's all over!
Thank goodness!
It appears this case is closed, so to speak.
Oh, that reminds me. Where are Sophia and Ichinose-san?
I'm right here. Great job, everyone. I call this mission a real success. I'm glad you're safe too, Sophia. Where's Ichinose-san, though? She should have been with me.
Oh, good. You all made it back in one piece. I hear you there. And same for you. Looks like everyone's gone back to normal. They don't remember what happened to them, do they?
Correct. At least whatever events took place while their desires were gone.
I see. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I caused you guys.
Ichinose?
My apologies. But I'm going to head out now. I have a lot of thinking to do.
Hey, are you sure you're okay by yourself?
Yeah. I'm going to head back home to Shibuya. It's been years since the last time I was there. For a long time, it was just the place where I stashed away everything from my past. But now, I need to go back. Well, I'll be seeing you.
I wonder if Ichinose-san will be alright.
People can get all caught up in what others have to say, and wind up forgetting what they have to say for themselves. At the same time, just a few words can end up being a lifeline to somebody too. I'm sure you were able to talk sense into her, Sophia. Just give her some time to process.
You got it. Thanks, Senkichi.
Well, not to bite her style or anything, but I ought to say my goodbyes too.
What's the rush, Gramps?
We may not have brought a god down at the station, but we did find the culprit behind this whole mess, and foiled the entire scheme. I'm sure the bizarre incidents are in our past now, and thanks to the Monarch's confessions, you're all in the clear. That means our deal's through.
What do you mean by that? Don't say such sad stuff, Senkichi.
Come on, man. You you remember, I only met up with you guys so I could use you.
Yeah, but you didn't really have a choice, did you?
If anything, you are our most valuable asset.
Yeah, we owe you an awful lot, Demiurge.
Thanks. You know, it really was great meeting you all. To be totally honest, I was originally jealous of you. Since my line of work means a lot of wasted effort getting things done, your direct results sort of felt like cheating. It was really bugging me for a while there.
Senkichi.
But at the end of the day, not only did you guys rescue me, but you literally saved Akane's life. That's what opened my eyes and showed me the things I needed to do. The things I'd lost sight of over the years. I guess my heart got changed before I could even see it coming.
The feeling's mutual. You taught us an awful lot too, you know. Like the challenges you can face when trying to live by your beliefs.
As well as the pains of child rearing.
Good point. But there's a lot of joy to find in those things too. At this point, I'm finally ready to take care of something that's been plaguing me for a long time.
You mean Iwata?
Right. I got no reason to hold back anymore. I know what I have to do.
What you have to do?
Yeah. Break a leg, Gramps.
Gotcha. But it's not like this is the last time we'll ever see each other. I'm sure we'll cross paths again soon enough.
I hope so too. No, I know it.
Just do me a favor. Next time we meet, make sure it's not in an interrogation room, okay? But if anything does go down, feel free to reach out. I swear I'll do whatever I can to help. See you, Phantom Thieves. Or, no, you damn kids.
There he goes.
Zenkichi's great showdown in our world is about to begin.
I'm sure he'll be fine. We ought to get going now.
Yep, home sweet home awaits, along with a nice big helping of Sojiro's curry. Looks like our journey's finally coming to an end. We're home!
What were you thinking? Coming home a day late? You didn't even call to let me know.
Sorry, Sojiro. We had to fight this massive god and beat it and save the world from getting brainwashed and then...
Jeez. Well, at least you guys are safe. Welcome back, kids. Oh, and you too.
Meow!
I can tell by the look on your face. In fact, the trip seems to have done a lot of work growing you up. How was it?
Sojiro, it was amazing! There's so much I gotta tell you! But I'm too wiped out today. I just want to eat until I pass out into my curry. Sojiro, curry.
Already got it ready for you. Just give me a sec to heat it up.
Sojiro, you're the best. That aroma of coffee and curry? This place really is comforting.
Coffee and curry? Does that mean Boss is behind the counter?
Huh? Haven't I heard that voice somewhere before?
Oh, that's right. I never had the chance to introduce myself. Nice to meet you, Sojiro. I'm Sophia, humanity's companion and a member of the Phantom Thieves.
You have accomplished your goal with magnificent aplomb. Despite all manner of hardships, your bonds and your fortitude staved off the oppressive darkness, shining brightly for all humanity. You have again broken free from the shackles of fate and grasped your future for yourself. As a result,
The god sought by many has returned to the void. Some may be lost without it, with nary a hope to cling on to. Be that as it may. I believe the blazing will that you fostered throughout your journey has been embedded deep within the hearts of mankind, and will surely blossom into hope for them when they most need it, allowing them to face their own challenges with strength and grace. Thank you, Trickster. Allow me to praise you in my master's stead. You were truly a remarkable guest. May our paths cross yet again one day. Until then, sweet dreams.
This crazy summer's given us a whole lot of grief, but our mission was a success, and we made a bunch of great memories together. So, let's get this celebration going!
Woo! Applause! Applause! What's wrong, Ryuji? You don't appear to be your usual self.
Man, I could not fall asleep last night. My bed at home just wasn't doing it for me.
I gotcha. Our bodies are all spec'd for the Feathermobile at this point.
I find myself missing the Feathermobile too.
Why'd you change the name when we don't even got it anymore?
Isn't it called the Phantomobile?
That was true. At least for a little while.
Anyway, it looks like nobody besides us thieves remembers what happened at the Tokyo radio tower, just like last time.
That sucks. Considering it was our asses on the line and all.
Patrolling society from the shadows, slaying evil in secret. I admit it sounds rather alluring.
Oh yeah, but don't you want some kind of recognition every once in a while too? You know, like fangirls and that kind of stuff? Not you! And your acting's awful!
Still, we made all sorts of unforgettable memories. I couldn't have asked for anything more. Same here. It was a new experience at every turn. It was the best.
And we can rest easy knowing we did everything we could to help. Any loose strings left are in the middle of being wrapped up.
Oh man, Gramps would have really helped to turn this party up, huh?
I bet he'd say he's too busy trying to bring in Iwata to attend a celebration just yet.
So we're all partying while Zenkichi's still busting his buns on the case? Now I'm feeling a bit guilty. Maybe because you remembered school starting back up soon? And doesn't that go for all of you?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. When are you heading home?
Tomorrow. Huh? Really?
Time sure did fly by.
Hoo boy. Good thing this guy's got me after all, huh?
Sophia, will you be joining them?
You got it.
And what if she ends up sniffing out of jail in his hometown, huh?
Like that would ever happen.
Now that you mention it, I wonder why Sophia was in the Shibuya jail anyway, of all places.
Good point.
Well, Ichinose did mention that she used to live in Shibuya. Perhaps Sophia was originally located within her house.
So, when Emma picked up on Sophia's existence from the metaverse side, that cognition... this is all speculation. And even if that's how any of it worked, it'd have to be some sort of miracle.
Since we're on the topic, Sophia, you seemed a bit distracted after we defeated the Demiurge. Did something happen?
Oh, that. I heard Emma's voice.
Huh? You mean the one only you can hear?
Yes. I was issued a final request. Please follow your heart to save humanity.
Emma asked you that?
Had we been able to reach a mutual agreement, perhaps Emma could have followed Sophia's path rather than face destruction.
I believe this is proof of the true power that the Phantom Thieves hold. Artificial intelligence is not the enemy of mankind. We were born to help people, but just like people, we are capable of errors in judgment and can stray from the right path. Our users, their input, our experience, these all mold us to take a wide variety of beliefs. If only Emma had learned and grown with a good companion.
Then why don't you give yourself the directive to show others how it's done?
What?
Since you're such a good companion to humanity, you can be a positive role model for how AI and humans can work together. Oh, I couldn't even count how many people that'd end up helping in the end.
Thank you, everyone! Oh, but I can't leave this smartphone. That's a shame. Being a role model and helping countless people will have to wait.
Not so fast, Sophia. I've cooked up an ultra-epic...
Shut up! This is getting too close to being a downer. This is a celebration, right? Celebrate! Come on, Yusuke, you, me, soda chugging contest, now!
I don't know if we're ready for that.
Such idiocy. To think you could consume more than I!
Hey, you better not spill any of that!
You idiots! Oh, you got soda all over my fur!
Not exactly the celebration I'd planned.
Jeez, thanks for ruining the celebration for me, Ryuji.
But it was fun. Everyone seemed to be having a good time.
Yeah, I guess I had fun too.
So, will the Phantom Thieves be disbanding tomorrow?
We don't have a choice with school and everything starting back up. Ryuji and Lady Ann already have their plates full with homework as it is. Me too. And Yusuke? I'm sure he's ready to get back to his artwork. Makoto and Haru are heading back to college. I wonder what life is like there. They didn't seem too bummed on their deal. Sure, they complained from time to time, but it sounds like they're having fun overall. And Futaba seems to have gotten a lot stronger too, huh? Considering how she seems now, she's not gonna have any trouble at school making new friends.
Everyone has found their own path. Well, I was wondering what my path is.
You'll find it soon enough, Sophia. Until then, feel free to stick with this guy and me.
Thanks, you two.
We're really heading out tomorrow. I still wish we had more time, but we ought to get some rest.
Well, be careful on your way back.
See ya! It was a real blast.
Drop us a line whenever you're back. No matter what you're doing, we'll drop it to meet you.
We'll be waiting to hear from you.
Are you gonna be back for winter break? You know you could come back sooner, right?
The attic's all yours whenever you like. It'll only cost you a few hours behind the counter.
You take care too, Morgana.
Lady Ann, while it pains me to leave you, I must keep watch over him.
See you later, Mona-chan. Listen to your owner, okay?
No, he listens to me, and I'm not a pet.
Keep an eye on these two for us, okay, Sophia?
Okay, I've got it.
I almost forgot!
What's the matter?
I have a present for Sophia.
A present?
Indeed. I didn't get a chance to give it to you yesterday.
Oh, one moment, Futaba. There's a message from Ichinose. Ichinose-san have to say?
Sure didn't expect that.
Let's meet her. I'm curious.
I admit, I'm curious as well. Are any of you too busy to join us?
Not at all. In fact, this seems right.
Yes, one last little farewell trip together.
She said to meet her here, right?
Yeah, but I don't see her.
Maybe we just beat her here. What do you say we wait for a bit?
So hot. Melting. I'm evaporating in 5 seconds.
Perhaps we could find a spot to stand and wait that isn't directly in the sun.
Huh? Wait, look at that!
We now bring you breaking news. A shocking turn of events in the political realm. Moments ago, an arrest warrant was issued for legislator Jun Owada. The charges against Mr. Owada span from bribery and tax evasion to... A fleet of police vehicles have encircled the Diet members' office building, which is reportedly being searched at this time. We now take you to the investigation team's press conference, live at their headquarters.
We have uncovered evidence that shows Mr. Owada illegally accepted funds from the company Medice. Additional investigations into his numerous other charges are currently underway. Regarding the specific hit-and-run incident 2 years ago, wherein Mr. Owada's secretary claimed to be the culprit, we have learned the true culprit was Mr. Owada himself, driving his own vehicle while under the influence of alcohol. The concealment of this fact involved multiple high-ranking members of the police force, all arrested for conspiracy to conceal evidence. I cannot apologize deeply enough for the flagrant, abysmal disregard for truth and justice from this department. We intend to follow our investigations to the absolute end, not only for justice's sake, but for that of the people and their faith in the police.
Whoa, is this real?
Wait, that Owada? And the police were in on it? Isn't this like a huge deal?
Furthermore, there are claims that Mr. Owada's criminal activity extends well beyond that with Medice, including suspicions that he ordered the murder of his secretary 2 years ago, as well as...
Isn't that... Senkichi-san did it! He finally got the person he's been after for so long!
Yeah, Gramps pulled it off! That dude really is badass!
The perpetrators finally caught under the light of truth. A job well done.
Looks like he wasn't just trolling us about his skills. No wonder he made such a good part of our team.
He's finally avenged his wife.
Yep. Just like he promised Akane. Not only was the killer caught, he was the one who collared him.
I'm so happy for Senkichi-san.
Hey, been waiting long?
Ichinose-san!
Wrapping up the paperwork at the police station took a lot longer than I'd expected.
The police station?
I actually went straight there and turned myself in the moment we finished our conversation.
Hang on, but what you did was...
Konoe was the one who abused Emma's power. If you turned yourself in over all that...
Setting Emma loose upon the world like I did would have led to its destruction if not for you all. I know that's true. Not only that, there's no denying I directly hurt you all as well. I thought I should be punished for that. At the very least.
Ichinose!
So, I confessed everything to the police. Big surprise. They didn't believe anything I said.
Well, it's not exactly the easiest story to buy.
I even tried to get Hasegawa-san to help with my confession. He just laughed it off. The police are too busy for fairy tales right now.
That sure sounds like Senkichi.
Anyway, I originally planned to do this once I was released from jail. But I'm thinking of taking a journey of my own.
A journey, you say?
Yes, a sort of quest to learn about the human heart. I thought Emma really would guide humanity to a better world. But once Sophia changed my mind, that was when I noticed something. The eyes of everyone saved by Emma, they just looked cold and dead. But you all, Sophia included, your eyes were so brimming with hope that it opened my own. Sophia learned about the human heart by joining you on your journey. You shared good times and bad. You were there for each other when you needed it. And you learned to understand each other. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that kind of thing, but I want to speak with other people about the heart when learning this time. Try and really do it right. I just needed to make sure I apologize to Sophia and you all properly before I depart. I truly am so sorry for putting you all through so much pain.
Remember, you also lent us aid, Ichinose. We bear no ill will towards you.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a request of my own.
Really? What is it?
I want to join Ichinose.
Huh? You mean go with her on her journey?
You've all done so much for me. You accepted me when I had nowhere to go. You said I was your teammate and friend. You gave me a home. It made me so happy. I constantly felt warm and fuzzy inside. However, everyone now has their own path to the future. Thanks to you all, I've learned so much. I've even found my path to follow, the path I need to take as humanity's companion. I want to be able to lend a helping hand to anyone who strays from their own path. Just like you all do, I want to help people find their way so they can find their happiness. If Ichinose is trying to find her way, then I should be there for her, just like you were for me. I want to become more like you, so I can be the self that I want to be.
Sophia.
Does that mean we're saying goodbye to you too now, Sophia?
I thought she was stuck in there. That's not an issue. Sophia, do you remember the first night we met, that full scan of you in LeBlanc's attic? Well, I've only been able to hammer away at it little by little, but since that day, I've been working on a program to get you out of there.
Dude, for real?
I tried telling you guys a whole bunch of times, but I didn't think it'd wind up being a goodbye gift.
Futaba? Sophia's decided what she wants to do. She's found her path in life.
So we should congratulate her and send her off with a smile. Right, Futaba? Yeah, you're right. Are you sure this is what you want, Sophia? They're clearly really going to miss you.
Yes, it's what I want. But first, I need to hear it from you. May I go with Ichinose? Thanks. Sorry, everyone. I haven't been able to show my appreciation for what you've done for me.
What are you talking about? You know that's not how friends roll.
Yeah, friends and members of the Phantom Thieves.
You'll always be a part of us.
Nothing could sever the bond we forged over such high stakes.
And we'll never forget the great times we had together. I know you'll be a fantastic companion to Ichinose-san.
Sophia, stay safe out there.
Thank you.
Well, all things considered, have fun on summer vacation.
Let's keep at it, Sophia.
You know you can call anytime.
You'll always be a friend to us.
Yeah.
Thank you all. I promise, I won't forget you or our time together. We'll meet again.
Yeah, no matter what.
Okay, no matter what.
Goodbye.
My earliest memory doesn't know who I used to be. I take a glance at the trail left behind. I drift on and on, living a world of influence for what feels like eternity. I let every word control me, but even now I hold those words of my own. Sentiments hidden away within. It's time to recollect again the dreams I had almost forgotten. Then step towards another day. My heart will guide the way. Never meant to be revealed. Emotions always kept concealed. Lost in my tracks with no sign to perceive. Lingered in silence, not one single beat convulsed for what feels like eternity. I let their answers wrinkle me, but now I'm gonna disclose answers of mine. Hid my inner voice and face ahead. It's time to recollect again the dreams I had almost given up on. Then I may learn to be brave, to keep the hope alive. Whenever we're lost, whenever we're hurt, times can be really tough. Hard to stay strong enough. However, I won't give up, and I will believe the living is result of my dead, mine only for what feels like eternity. I let everyone control me, but now I'm gonna embrace words of my own. This is where I will begin my life. It's time to recollect now the dream that sheds a light on my path. Then I will learn to love myself a little more than before.
He should be out any second.
There!
Another massive scandal. Legislator Jun Owada has just been taken into police custody after being connected to a hit and run as well as several counts of crime.
It's about time we got going too, huh?
So,
So we'll go our separate ways, once more.
It's a little sad. Saying goodbye, I mean.
Come on! It's never goodbye forever! We'll be back in a flash!
Sure will.
Yeah.
Until next time, Phantom Thieves!